spend the global silence at that point. You just turn or, enchant your ally to stone and push them out of the fight completely. And suddenly the Mortimers can't reach you, the Axe can't follow up, no one can chase after you. The Ember Spirit wouldn't want to chase after you because that's when the global silence will be used once the Scepter is online. So we'll see how Direborn play with their options. We'll see how much farm the Kez is able to acquire, and we'll see how much the Timbersaw is able to get done. But one thing I will add is that Direborn aren't too savvy in terms of stuns. They have very limited control for their Ember Spirit outside of the global silence. Like, they have mini stuns, sure, from the Kez. Earth Spirit has the silence, but where's the chain lock? Where is the disable? Six Cats have it in spades. They have the Berserker's Call, the Searing Chains, the Fire Snap Cookie, as well as the stun, or rather, actually, no, the Fire Snap, the Shredder, none of the other spells actually control. The Scatter Blast slows you down for about half a second, or even less than that, but it's still a lot more to play with than Direborn have. So keeping this Ember Spirit locked down is always going to be a critical task in any game to win that game. And in a game where you don't have control, that's where your spirit thrives. So just in that regard, Ember should be having a better time compared to the Earth Spirit, but will have a worse time in the lane. I think the Earth Spirit is probably the strongest spirit hero on that mid lane, simply because of how tanky the Earth Spirit is in general. Direborn will infuse control 2 for 1 with a Hex and an Impale on inside of their lineup, and I do think that is a very good pick. It's just, who's going to be the position 4? It should be the Lion, right? Lion plus Timbersaw isn't exactly a classical combination, but it can be. You have the stuns, you have the disables, you have the mana for the Timbersaw, and the Timbersaw can just do what the Timbersaw does. Six Cats will go for the Luna. This is one of the DO6's favorite heroes to play. He is an absolute beast of a carry and an absolute beast of a Luna player. So we'll see what exactly both of these two teams will be able to do. Direborn versus Six Cats in this first best of 3 for today. And we have 2 best of 3s for you guys. Don't worry about that. I will... There we go. I have adjusted the in-game volume. Hopefully that will be okay. I will keep taking a look. If any of you feel that the in-game volume 10 seconds is low, then I will turn it up for you. But when I take a look at both of these two draws, I do have to suggest which team is stronger in terms of their draft, right? I don't have to suggest it, but it's one of those things that I like to do. That is a beautiful silencer set. But coming back to the draft, I can't actually make that call. I think that Six Cats lineup is better because they have a lot of damage. Even in the early game, their spells just do all the work in the first 10 minutes of the game. Even after that, sure, you'll need some farm on your Axe, you'll need farm on your Luna and your Ember Spirit, but holy moly, that is so much damage coming in from spells. Now, Direborn do have that, don't get me wrong. You have the Lion with the finger of death, you have the Earth Spirit with the Magnetize, you have the Timbersaw with that pure damage. Every single one of his spells is pure damage, so you do have that damage coming in from Direborn's lineup too. But I personally think that damage is limited to their pick-off potential. Because of that finger, it's a very high cooldown, 110 seconds at that level 1 mark. You're not going to be able to take multiple kills in a singular team fight just using that Lion, right? How exactly are you going to keep the team fight going? Who's going to be doing the heavy lifting? A lot of questions up for Direborn right now. Hopefully they can answer them. I will quickly see if the logos are okay. And the logos seem pretty much okay. Let's see. No level 1 action coming about right now. I think both of these two teams want to play it conservative. Although if I were 6 cats with an Undying, you know, I'd want to fight. That decay just does so much work, and 6 cats will go for a Smoke of Deceit, recognizing their potential for that early first blood, give themselves a boost or an advantage heading into the laning phase. As there is a Kez, their Dreamocell is wandering around. He is isolated away from the rest of his team, and he's about to run into 9NZ. Unfortunately, 9NZ doesn't have a stun to play with, so straight Dreamocell will just be able to walk away from that position. But now Dixon joins Dreamocell underneath that observer ward. I do believe that the silencer was spotted out in his movement. As KNP, he will use that Battle of Hunger. Scatter Blast will go out. Dreamocell will take a bit of damage, but the Battle Hunger was used on Dixon. So the slow on Dreamocell will not be applied, and a bit of a scatter maneuver comes out. 6 cats shows their target, but the problem is KNP and NVD, they chose different targets. You may want to go on the same person for the best chance of a kill at that level 1 mark. You can't, I suppose the Battle Hunger application on the silencer was okay, but then you should have followed up on the silencer. Dixon did keep his distance, so it was hard in that regard, but you know, no first blood, no advantage going to anyone. 2 bounty runes each for both teams, and so we'll have the start of the laning phase. Dixon and Dreamocell, Silencer plus the Kaz versus the Snapfire and the Axe. This is a lane where the Silencer needs to be really careful. You are a Silencer, so you have the Glaives of Wisdom. You can theoretically trade pretty well in the laning phase. Unfortunately, the problem is both Never Die as well as KNP are playing heroes that are very tanky. Snapfire has 720 HP just to begin with. And the Axe, well, he is an Axe, so he has around 868, and his HP pool is only going to ever increase in this lane by quite the margin. He'll probably have that Soul Ring. You may go for a Bracer or two. Well, just the one, I would say. As mid lane, we do see a bit of action already brewing up. Both Pota 2 and BB, these are some stacked mid lane players. They are very aggressive mid lane players. Despite, you know, Pota 2 is not playing his favorite Storm. He's not, or rather favorite Spirit. He's not a Storm Spirit. But I'm sure he can make any Spirit or any mid lane hero work out, as we have seen from his performances over time. Oh, NVD, he actually draws first blood on Dixon. This is why I think the Silencer needs to be careful. Battle Hunger plus Scatter Blast, and if you get hit by a cookie, you ain't gonna be able to make it out of Grandma's Embrace. This is a deadly lane for the Silencer, and despite of playing the Kez, a hero that likes to zone out offlaners, this is not going to be one of those lanes that you're able to do that in. And I will add that you guys may remember back when the what do you call it? Back when the Kaz actually came out in the meta, came out in the captain's mode, and teams were trying it out, it was extremely overpowered, right? The damage that the Kaz was able to dish out, it was so hard to play the lane as well. But teams have adapted to the Kaz. Teams now know how to play against the Kaz. And the Kaz, in my opinion, has gone from a very powerful laner to not that strong of a laner, as Dixon, once again, caught by the Battle Hunger, is likely to be chased down here, and he will be going down. KNP with the Battle Hunger burn. Dreamocell could not help his Silencer, and now that is the second kill for 6 cats over on this offlane. Their top side also seems to be doing pretty well, as TO6 has about 18 lost hits. And this, wait. Surely, okay, no, it is Vomi. It's Vomi on the offlane. I did kind of bungle that. Vomi is also was the offlane player, not DB. DB will in fact go down. 6 cats able to find a kill on that top side. Vomi, slowed down by the zombies of 9NZ, may actually get dope over here. However, has the magic wand, has a lot of HP still, even if it appears to be very low, 250. And with the Healing Salve, he'll be able to top himself back up. But 6 cats are getting away with multiple lives. of Direborn. They have taken out the Silencer twice. They've taken out the Lion. They found 3 kills so far as they attempt to fight back. 9NZ, one more loss hit coming in from DB. From the Lion, and 9NZ will take out the Undying, find some revenge for himself. Ideally, that should have been the Undying skill, but he was a melee hero, could not get the last right click in. So it will be, the kill secured at the very least for Direborn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What have we here?
Radiant are scanning.
"31 lost hits for the guys building up, so Direborn are recovering in terms of their carry potential. Vomi does appear to be in trouble, and Never Die is also here. Tombstone has spun it down, and there are too many zombies on Vomi. He will be the one to fall. DB, in fact, may not be able to make it out either. DO6 has the Lutheran Beam coming up, back up in about 2 seconds. But DB, he's able to find the jukes, and will actually survive. Nicely done by the Lion. Unfortunately, you did lose your offlaner there, and that's never ideal. A good rotation coming in by the Snapfire, Never Die, as KNP gets pressured over on this bot lane, but not too much. Again, he has a chainmail, right? He has 1,000 HP, around that level 3 mark. He's level 4 right now, of course, but he does also have a bracer inside of his backpack, so he could have actually 1,100 HP. Oh no. Oh no. DB, he goes down, trying to stack up the triangle. Sure, you want to stack up the triangle, but you also don't want to die while you're doing it. And you're giving away too much to 6 cats. They're running away with this laning phase. They've only died once, and that too was a kill from the Lion, and not by Vomi, as Vomi is also going to get chased again. Stunned up by the Fire Snap Cookie, slowed down by the Scattered Blast. Vomi does not have his Timber Chain. He cannot be Spooderman in this situation. He is just limited to being just a machine. Even though machines are getting pretty good at being us these days. But
Dire's courier has been killed.
DB throws out a stun. Dixon is going to get chased here. Fire Snap Cookie actually lands, and BB will be able to take out Dixon. It's also DB in trouble. They can't protect their Shrine of Wisdom. DB will die over here. BB will end up with 2 entire kills, Searing Chains applied, a double kill, not to mention you get away with both Shrines of the Wisdom across the board. And Direborn, this is now a very troublesome situation. Your supports are level 3.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Meanwhile, the Undying as well as the Snapfire are both level 5. It's not going to be long before they hit the level 6s, but BO3, he comes in looking to reverse some of the momentum here, but he doesn't know where the Luna went. And in the end, the Magnetize will not be enough. That is an ultimate wasted. It's not that high of a cooldown. It'll be back up in about a minute or so, but DO6 not dying there means that Direborn got nothing for their troubles. They'll get an Undying, hopefully. A few hits will do the trick. BO3 should be able to secure this kill, and he will smash the Snapfire. Will be able to secure the kill there. Not too bad overall, but again, it's just these supports that you're able to take down. It's no one of actual value. As Never Die will also be the one to fall, but only after Dixon gets taken out. So the Silencer, he's not going to be lucky to get the experience there, at least from the kill on the Snapfire. He did get the experience from the Undying, so he is able to find a bit of recovery in that regard, considering you did lose your Shrine too. Level 4 is not that bad at that 9-minute mark, since you're going to be level 5 as well. It's pretty soon. Or soon-ish, I would say.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rolling boulder goes in, and BB, he's about to be stunned up. Fire Snap Cookie comes in to try and rescue him, and that will be successful. They won't be able to turn it around, but it's as good as it gets. Magnetize was used. Everything was actually dropped down in an attempt to take out the Ember, but he ends up surviving. The diadem surely coming in handy there, as it gives him a bit of HP. About 1,000 HP from that. And now BB's back. This is the problem of not being able to take down the Ember Spirit. He just remnants back into the lane. You know, teleport back, remnant back. Pretty easy and, well, common play made.
Dire are scanning.
Put it 2. Oh, there's the Mortimers flying in. He will be able to roll away, but can DB make it out is the big question. He will find the Hex and will be able to get back.
Dire's bottom tower is
Not too bad coming in from the Lion as well as the Earth Spirit. They make sure that 6 Cats ultimates are also wasted in this scenario. Catapult comes in, the tier 1 glyph comes out, however, they're diving behind the tier 1 tower. Deco, or rather Dixon, is going to be taken out. Put a 2, he jumps in, but Tombstone comes out by 9NZ. They will be able to take out the Tombstone, particularly as a smash away the Undying, but Pota 2 has lost a lot of its HP. A great Impel comes in by DB, but an even better Fire Snap Cookie. They take out Pota 2 as Vomi has decided to show up to try and help out his team. The only problem is his team are missing 2 people because they're dead. The tier 1 tower's gone. So Vomi has unfortunately he showed up late to the party. 9NZ, he will be able to, or Vomi will be able to take him out. ZO6 trying attempting to run away, but Eclipse gets used on top of Vomi as he chains in. A great maneuver by DO6, baited the Timbersaw in. And Direborn, they've gotten scraps here. They've gotten breadcrumbs compared to what 6 Cats are able to do across the board.
blessings upon a loyal warrior.
The rune of invisibility.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BB as well as Never Die. Vomi has just respawned, and Vomi is going to live. Fire Snap Cookie misses
What have we here?
from quite the distance, I would say. That may have looked close, but it wasn't even close. Right. Vomi, even if he didn't move back in that scenario, he still wouldn't be hit by the stun. And so, a bit of a lackluster play coming out, but that's okay. They have complete control of this early game. As the laning phase has ended, Remosel, he has plenty of farm available for himself. Mage Slayer up for the Kez. Over on the mid lane, it is a bit of action. Dixon does go down. BB now with 6 kills across the board. A Spirit Vessel built up, so whoever attempts to contest 6 Cats as they roam around the map are not going to be surviving. This vessel this early on is too devastating of an item to have. Pota 2 is now going for the Yule Scepter, probably because of that global silence. Also helps against the vessel, of course, and the battle hunger, since all of those spells can be dispelled away. Fire Snap Cookie this time around will land. The DO6, he goes in with the Eclipse. The beams are gonna take out most of Vomi's HP, but he still has a chain to play with. Can he make his way out? He does. Urn is not going to take him out, but Vomi, I think they saw where he was going. Skyroblast is gonna be his end from Never Die. And that is a kill confirmed. As KMP, I mean, he has a blade mail up. You cannot go on him if you're the Kez. Every single one of K6 Cat's heroes are farmed up, have their first key items, have their power spikes, and how are you going to contest them? Dixon finally able to secure his Shrine of Wisdom, even if he's gonna pay with his life for it.
Die
ownage calls are coming out, alarm bells are ringing in my ears, and hopefully in the ears of Direborn too, because this is not looking like a close game. This is not looking like a competition between two stacked teams. This is looking like one team just getting away with everything, especially this early on. The Dreamocell Kaz over the years, or rather mid lane, it is a bit of a brawl. BB goes down, gives up his unstoppable streak. Dreamocell comes in, picks up that massive amount of gold, and in fact will be able to take out 9NZ for a double kill. Dreamocell propels himself pretty far forward in that net worth position, even though he's not above that of the Luna. This is still a very good start to a Kez game. He has the Yasha, has the Mage Slayer, actually has a Diadem too, so he'll have that Mantis style in a few minutes. Pretty good overall. They do have the Kez locked down in their eyesight. They had the Berserker's Call on him, but instead of the smash back, they smashed him forward. However, Dreamocell, he might be able to take out BB, who is silenced down, has nowhere to go. Womi will just chain right through the Ember Spirit. KMP will also fall down, and they will be able to take apart Never Die. Six Cats' entire lead gets washed up as Dreamocell, he turns out to be a bit more than what Six Cats could chew. This is now a game that has flipped on its head, even though you do still have a Luna that is at the very top of the net worth chart, right? So in that scenario, it's always going to be a bit of a close contest, because when you do fight 5v5, it's going to be a different kind of challenge. But at least, at the very least, Direborn are picking up the pace. They're doing something with their mid laner and their off laner and their supports rotations, right? The transition from the early to mid game will probably have a lot more contention compared to the early game. Pota 2, he is now going for the Kaya. I am surprised that there's no vessel being built up by the Radiant side. Global Silence comes out. It's going to be enough to protect BB. It is, or rather, to take out BB. It is definitely going to be enough. He has nothing to do, nothing to offer in that scenario once the Global Silence comes out. Maybe he too needs a use of his own, which he is building up, but it's quite a few ways away. As the mid lane tower attempts to get pressure, but DO6, he joins with his team and has a Mantis Cell, so he is a target that is very difficult to actually take down. 1700 HP on this Luna, actually the highest HP available in the game, right? You have that Dragonlance too for that sustain, and this is with the power treads on Agi, right? On its agility mode. You convert this into strength and you have about 1800 to 1850 HP to play with. So you know, it's a difficult task to take out this Luna. Global Silence is not going to help you, but KMP, he has the Blink Dagger, has it to reveal it. Dixon, he's going to be spotted out. He walked down to the low ground for just a second there, which was plenty of time for BB to spot him out, take him out. Although not the perfect reveal of the Blink Dagger, I would say. You would have hoped to get a core kill with this, but you can't always get the core kill with an axe. That's the thing about the revealing of the Blink Dagger on the axe. It's an axe, right? He's always going to be looking to make plays. So how many of them can you avoid is the big question. How many of them can you avoid, and how much farm can you get while avoiding them? As the Lion gets caught out, Dreamocell this time around, this grapple could be a very precarious position, as he will potentially fall over here. He will take out Never Die, but can he make his way out? DO6 attempting the chase after Dreamocell, who goes for the parries but will not be successful. Is going to fall in an attempt to save his silencer, or rather his Lion, save his support. I mean, whichever one, you just leave them for dead there, right? You let your silencer and your Lion die and you don't look back, because he has the highest farm in the game for the Radiant side. So when he falls, he gives away a lot of gold. 1,600 gold going the way of 6 cats as they find themselves back up to the 4,000 net worth advantage they possessed a few minutes ago, and again in good control of this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DB has a blink dagger of his own.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Tormentor going to get picked up and actually going to fall here. I mean, it's a pretty easy Tormentor secure, but Direborn, they want to fight back. They want to go in, and they will be able to use the finger to take out 9 and Z at the very least, and the Tombstone, mind you. Dreamosel should have picked that one up, but Vomi gets it, so at least the core does get the 200 gold from that, so not that bad of an exchange. However, it's a clear win for 6 cats, right? They were first, you know, they were the early birds for that Tormentor. However, topside, Baby, they know where he is. Can they find the stun? DB blinks forward, but Baby has already made his way out, has the Yule Scepter, so that Global Silence shenanigan that Direborn were up to take out BB multiple times is not going to work out this time around. Vomi needs to be careful. That Spirit Vessel cuts through the Timbersaw quite well, but Vomi has the BKB up, so physical damage is the only way to take him out. However, Pota 2, he's going to be the one to fall. KNP the trade. Meanwhile, Vomi should be able to just chain away from the Eclipse. It doesn't do that much damage to Vomi any longer. And DO6 maybe has overextended, but BB, he's there to chase after the supports. DB will be going down as DO6 still has plenty of HP left. Around 1,000 is able to play around Vomi's Chakram, and Vomi can't exactly chase after the Luna there, not with 4 of the Luna's allies standing beside him, or rather just the 3 since the Axe is dead. But again, a pretty good exchange. Axe for a Lion and an Earth Spirit, not that bad. It's still, you know, you did get the Axe kill, so at least Vomi ends up with a bit of something, but I'm afraid that the bad news is that the Luna is doing very well for himself. Direborn, I wonder where the big great comeback is going to come from. They're Direborn, but they're now Radiant. You know, that's a happy ending. You know, they were the so-called evil side, but now they are the good guys. I wonder what Direborn call themselves when they're Radiant, right? Are they the opposite of a fallen angel? Oh, can't be. He went in for the Berserker's Call, wasn't able to get it out, but he's not in that much danger either. Dreamosel, he has a Raptor Dance, but now he is all alone here. His team, he's been isolated and he will be taken out. This is no longer a fight that Direborn can afford to take. Global Silence does come out, so BB has gone down, so maybe it's not that bad, especially as 9 and Z will also fall. The 4 of Direborn, that is perhaps the first time that I've seen the true representation of just what kind of challenges you have to overcome when you have one new player coming in. Because Direborn, the rest of the 4, we just saw them huddle up together close by, and we saw Dreamocell isolated, right? So the movement, the communication was not there between Dreamocell, the new player, and the 4 veterans who have been playing together for quite a while. And maybe that is something that is going to get better. That is something that is going to be adjusted for in later games, and probably in this game as well. Pretty soon, I'm sure the comms are there, but that is something you need to avoid. Your Kez is again the hero to take you forward in the late game. So far, those 6 cats haven't been able to muster up the kind of advantage that they were building up in the early game. 16-23, a far cry from the 4-15 score, or the one-sided 4-15 score, right? This is now looking like an even game, even as you take out the Kez early on in the fight. There's a Berserker's Call on Pota 2, however, they might be able to come in, Womi, especially with the BKB. They can't really touch the Timber. So he comes in, takes out 9 and Z, goes out. Pota 2 was the one credited with that kill. As BB, he looks to chase after Womi, but catches the Silencer instead. I'm sure that's a pretty good appetizer. Dixon falls. DO6 not yet having even died once. 10-0 and 5 on the Luna.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan is going to be going down. Mortimers gets sent out as DB. He was looking to take out the Roche, but DB, he will fall. Luna with the Aegis. Now, once again, it is the side of 6 cats. Seem to have several lives. Wait, who's the 6th cat? That is interesting. Oh, wow. Dreamocell. Alongside the Timbersaw, able to take out the Ember Spirit. How did that happen? How'd they get the Ember Spirit kill? There's no disable here. There's no global silence either. It's ready to be used and not having been used. So big blunder being committed by BB. I wasn't looking at the screen, but you know, just taking a look at the assessment of just the hero matchups, I don't think that kill was supposed to be possible. BB, he just needed a remnant away, but I guess he didn't plant a remnant, something like that. But Dreamocell, plenty of damage, especially with the pure damage coming in from the Timbersaw. Doesn't go through BKB, but you know, you can apply plenty of damage before the BKB comes out, right? You need the Lion for that, though. You need the Lion to start the fight with a stun, maybe even a Hex.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Rich.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower, or Tier 2 tower rather. Both of them being pressured, but one side is pressuring it more effectively. there's Luna on your Tier 2, and the Tier 2 will go down. Now, Dreamocell will be able to take out the Tier 2 tower over on the top lane, so it's a tower for a tower. At the same time, Dixon, he is farming up in the Dire jungle. They don't know that he's there, but
Dire's top tower
hopefully no one catches him, because it is a silencer.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It is therapeutic seeing the silencer throughout his glaives. But I mean, you're losing your base. You're losing your tier 2 towers. Left, right, and center. Unfortunately, 6 cats are pushing away 2 lanes at the same time, so there's no way for additional trades to be found in terms of towers. So in terms of the full minute, it's 2 tier 2 towers for the 1 tier 2 tower that Direborn were able to find.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Polo 2, he jumps in. KNP has the BKB available. In fact, the Tombstone save is going to make sure KNP stays good. It will be Polo 2 who will get dunked. No, DO6 will just glaive him down. As the Magnetize will take out 9NZ at the very least. No Ceaseless Dirge to be activated. 9NZ coming up with a save on the axe. As long as you can do that. And not to mention, that Undying save, that Tombstone save is so good in this game. Especially against Takaz, who goes into the Raptor Dance. Maybe even good against the Timbersaw. It is very, you have to consider the fact that it's very difficult to take out the Tombstone. You have 3 melee cores. And trying to take out the Tombstone could be a setup for DO6, could be a setup for the Axe, for the Ember Spirit, for literally just about everyone from Direborn, from 6 Cats lineup. Oh. Baby once again gets sniped away. Great kill to be found by Womi as well as DB. As Dreamosel, he jumps right in, takes out KNP. Snapfire jumps back as DO6. He is pretty low on his HP, but has the Hydra's Breath. Has, I mean, plenty of damage coming in, so you need to be careful of the Luna. As DO6 is attempting to help out his team, but the Kaz is simply not allowing him to. Womi is not going to be able to chain away. DB, though, he comes in with an Impale. This should be the end of that Aegis. DO6 has the heal coming in. Eclipse gets used, but the Boulder Smash will take out the first life of the Luna. Do they have enough to take him out again? The backlines are also vulnerable as Polo 2. He jumps in. Dreamosel will go for the Undying. As the Luna, DO6 activates his BKB and will just teleport away while the rest of his team is going to fall. Direborn fight back pretty hard, especially even now. BB, he just respawned over here, has the BKB available, will be able to remnant away. But had his BKB been on cooldown, that would have been a death for the Ember Spirit. As he uses the use, Luna's back in, but BB, he's just given up his life. He's just dead. That is awkward. That is a back-to-back death for the Ember Spirit. Look at the amount of gold that Direborn have gotten. If I was Direborn, I would switch over to the Radiant side as well, if this is the amount of gold that's up for grabs. 4,000 of a net worth swing in their favor. 1,500 net worth loss for 6 Cats as the Ember died back-to-back. Luna's Aegis was taken out. He died twice as well. Not looking like a good state for the side of 6 Cats. It seems like they're running out of their 9 lives. Dreamosel will just blink away. He did go for an early blink dagger.
Scanning.
Oh. Ember Spirit, BB, he gets taken out. Again. That is the 3rd death for the Ember Spirit in a row. Without any time to farm. Now he does get a shard. You know, he does have the immolation now up and ready. Womi has the BKB available. Again, limited control at this stage of the game at the very least. This is the point where the Lion's control seems to be a lot better. Because Lion has guaranteed control. Right? Fire Snap Cookie lands in some time. The Axe needs a setup. He blinks in, uses the Berserker's Call. It's not instant, right? It's not as instant as a Hex or a Stun, or rather the Impale. It's a much easier setup coming in from the Lion than it is from 6 Cat's side. And at this stage of the game, where nearly every single core has a BKB up, it is going to be pretty difficult. As the game will be paused, we should be resuming into it shortly. Please let me know if the volume is fine, guys. I hope that it is. Does seem to be a case of a late game scenario brewing up for both teams.
Invisibility.
Vomi has the BKB.
Says thank you.
DO6 charging away at the Timbersaw. This time around, they do find the Berserker's Call, but the reactive armor gets activated. DO6 as well as BB on that front line may be able to take out Pota 2 at the very least. Fire Snap Cookie doesn't actually land, but they have plenty of damage available. Pota 2, he still stays alive for a little while longer. Dreamless Cell takes away the backline. KNP is being chased after by the Kez, has his Berserker's Call, so will be able to make his way out. The same cannot be said for BB. He will fall. It is a 1 for 2. Sure, you take out the mid laner, but both sides lost their mid laners. And in fact, the Undying also died there. It's actually a 3 for 1. This is a game that has flipped on its head. This is a game where the side of Direborn, they are much further ahead than the Dire side. Direborn are actually doing it.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning.
Hmm. 7,000 of a lead right now.
Illusion.
Is likely only to get worse for Six Cats, as I'm not seeing the way that they can take a fight, right? It's Luna has damage and survivability. I mean, this is a huge Luna. 31,000 net worth, 37 minutes in, has all the 6 slots you really need.
Under attack.
Just the Swift Blink is missing, or maybe he'll go for the Butterfly. He does. He gets a Butterfly, so no Swift Blink to be had. Unlikely it's going to be made, unless you. Yeah, I mean, there's no item you can swap out right now. I think you need all of these.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
9 and Z, he jumps in but instantly gets taken out. BKBs have not been activated. It's actually going to be put to 2. He catches everyone. 6 cats. They are in big trouble right now. Never Die will also go down. Immediately buys back into it, but Dreamcell, he latches on to BB. Ember Spirit will fall. KNP will go down. DO6 now the only one who has a fend for himself will be encroached upon by 3 entire heroes. They will take apart the Luna. The godlike streak that DO6 was holding on to for so darn long will eventually fall. Roshan up for grabs and Direborn. This is now a game that is in the palm of their hands. 6 cats. Six cats were doing so well for themselves. It's just the amount of damage coming up by Dreamcell now is just way too much. No one can live, especially not with an engagement like that coming in from Pota 2. When he rolled in, he got 4 heroes. The perfect setup for Direborn as Vomi takes out 9 and Z. One of the last stands for 6 cats brewing up. It seems like they are on their 9th life. And, I mean, there's not too many left. Banner has been placed down, so it seems like Direborn are not going to be going anywhere. Probably only after this tower falls. Oh no, BB! He gets caught out by an impale! DB! He found the stun and BB will fall! When we take a look at the buybacks, there's none to look at because only the Undying actually has one. So this might actually be 2 lanes of barracks as there's no Ember Spirit up for your defense.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Mid lane tier 3 tower. KNP. He missed his stun. Womi will apply a bit of damage. Dreamcell, no, he will jump in. Global Silence has come out as the Undying falls. The Aegis has been taken out though. Blade Mail damage coming in against the Kaz as he respawns in the same position. Dreamcell still plenty healthy. Raptor Dance will be coming out as well, giving away some lifesteal to Dreamcell, but he needs to find his way out. DB will come in for a Hex and an Impale on the Luna. DO6, no HP to play with, no Satanic up, and GG will be the call as DO6 goes down. 6 cats have used all of their 9 lives. They had the perfect start to this game number 1, but Direborn, when they came together, they were simply too difficult to beat. This will be the game 1 victory for Direborn, but we do have to consider that 6 cats, with the way that they played in the early to mid game, they have the potential to actually take one game away, maybe the series away from Direborn. But in order to take the series, they will need to find that game 2 win, take this to a game number 3. But we don't know if it'll even get to that. Let's see what happens with Direborn versus 6 cats in game number 2 as we head for a short break. But we'll be right back with Lunar Horse Trophy Season 8 right after that. So don't go anywhere. We will be right with you. Hey guys, welcome back to the current station Lunar Horse Trophy, the first group stage match of the tournament, and it has started out in a pretty interesting way. Six Cats were quite clearly ahead in the early game, but Direborn, they were able to bring it back. Dreamocel's performance on the Kez, Vomi's recovery on the Timbersaw, and POTA2's entries with the Earth Spirit enabled them to do that, not to mention DB in the last stages of the game with those impales. That Lion performance was something to write home about. And Six Cats, they'll need to switch things up, and they already have, right? Storm Spirit comes out for their lineup, but POTA2 is an expert at the Storm Spirit. He will know how to play against that, especially as the Earth Spirit. At the same time, there is, again, limited control available from Direborn, so maybe this is going to be a good Storm game. You won't have the Lion here unless you switch this Undying to the offlane position. Mirana, though, has been, a lot of pro players recommend the Mirana as a great position 5 hero, but we don't see that reflected in the picks all that often, right? No one really picks up the Mirana that much, but they will have that now. I do recall a pretty good EWC series that had the Mirana, so we'll see how exactly that turns out. Six Cats, Keeper of the Light, also up on the pool. So Keeper of the Light plus Storm Spirit, a classical combination. They will also go in for the Underlord. And will we see a Rubik? I mean, might as well, right? You have two combinations, but if you go for the Rubik, the problem is then the Keeper of the Light has to be a position 5, or the Rubik has to be a position 5. But ideally, you'd want the Rubik in the same lane as the Underlord, so they probably won't go for that. But this Keeper of the Light plus Underlord combination, this is something that my team that has qualified to the Esports Nations Cup, I was coaching, managing, and doing all of that for them. You know, we have dabbled with this Keeper of the Light and Underlord combo quite a lot, and it is one of those combinations that's pretty darn good, I would say.
Radiant team pick.
Six Cats, they ban out, or rather pick out the Lich. Again, Frost Armor for your Storm Spirit doesn't hurt. This is going to be a very difficult execution on the Storm if Direborn want to go for that, and they have to kind of go for that. You have to contest the Storm or target the Storm some way, but the Lich is going to prevent you from doing that. Not to mention, Lich is pretty good against the Mirana because you can prevent the leap or even cancel the leap midway with that sinister gaze. And of course the Underlord. So this is a rough game for the Earth Spirit. I will say that, like, you can't roll away is the problem. The Lich, Sinister Gaze, the Underlord Root, the Vortex, all three of those abilities are designed to cancel your rolling boulder. So Direborn, how exactly are they going to ensure that POTA2 has an okay time, or that POTA2 can build up the space for their team? We have yet to see that. It is probably going to, this is a stage where the Undying's position in this game is going to be made certain, whether it's an offlane hero or a support position. Last game it was the Pause 4, but who exactly can Direborn go for, considering you don't see the opposing side's carry?
Radiant team.
Right, so they may actually choose to pick up their own carry, which is going to be the Necrophos. It's a good hero. It is definitely a good hero, but there is a lot of magical damage coming in, especially that max HP burn from that Firestorm, the Keeper of the Light Illuminate, and the Lich Chain Frost. It's a lot of magical damage, and to pick up a Necrophos in a lineup or against a lineup which doesn't have much physical damage and most of it is magical, is an interesting decision. At the same time, Six Cats heroes are very squishy, right? Storm, Keeper of the Light, Lich, not really a lot of HP
5 seconds.
available to them. So the Reaper's Scythe is potentially going to take them out.
Radiant team.
Eventually. You still have to farm up that Radiance and that Heart and Scepter or whatever else have you on the Necro. Auras would not be too bad for Direborn if they can pick up an offlaner that can build up those auras. I think a Pipe of Insight this game would be amazing against Six Cats. But Six Cats, they ban out the Drow Ranger. Okay. But if you're banning out the Drow, who are you expecting to be the carry from Direborn, considering they have picked 4 heroes already? The Undying and the Mirana, or rather, the Earth Spirit and the Mirana's position is certain. Necrophos, by extension of not being a mid lane hero, should just be the carry. I don't think you play the Necro on the off lane. or at least teams really don't play the Necro on the offlane all that much. Or rather, never actually. I don't remember the last time where or just in this year, I don't remember any Necrophos offlane. I could be wrong about that, but for the moment, they are pretty set in their ways.
Dire team ban.
Let's see. Six Cats. Thinking about
10 seconds. Radiant team pick.
Centaur gets banned out as Direborn, they go for the Tide Hunter. That is a pretty good hero. You can build up to the Pipe of Insight, but Six Cats, they will go for the Doom. It's a Doom carry. Very interesting. Great against the Necrophos because you can just use a Doom on the Necro and he can't really do anything. He can't use his spells, he can't heal back up, he essentially becomes a creep for the 16 seconds of the Doom, and you don't actually have a save against him. However, it's again the Earth Spirit Scepter. When you get to that, it is a great save against the Doom. You don't take in damage while you're in stone, and you can just get pushed out of the fight completely. And you know, Necrophos, simply because you are a hero that builds up to that Heart of Tarask, if you have a lot of HP and you get doomed up and put a 2 able to throw you out, you'll survive, and then you can come back in. Not to mention the counterplay potential available from the Tide Hunter with that Ravage. This really seems like a draft in which Direborn are stronger. Last game, I was having a lot of difficulty calling the stronger draft. This time around, I do think Direborn have that, but at the same time, Six Cats do have a lot of synergy with their heroes. In between of the Underlord with the Keeper of the Light, that's a combo. You have the Storm Spirit, who's going to be making constant use of the Chakra magic, and then you have the Lich as well. It's a mid-game oriented draft by Six Cats. Meanwhile, it's a late-game draft by Direborn, but that's not to say their early game is going to be weak. I think the early game is also pretty good for their lineup. We'll just see how they execute it, because execution was one of the factors that was missing in Direborn last game. They were getting, quite honestly, hammered across all 3 lanes. Nothing was working out for them quite the way that they had wanted.
You have learned nothing.
I love that voice line by The Undying.
Thirty seconds to battle.
A 5-man smoke coming in by Six Cats. Let's see how many lives they possess in this game. The 9. Or if it's Six Cats, do they technically have, like, how many? 54 lives? So do Six Cats automatically lose if they die more than 54 times? 54 would be a lot of deaths. 54 deaths would require 60 plus minutes of the game at the very least. Bounty runes are going to be exchanged. They won't be able. I don't think there's going to be a kill happening. Dixon does. It is interesting seeing the Undying charge away with the flow of the river with the increased movement speed. He just wants to right click, never die, doesn't he? Decay stacks will be applied as Dixon throws out the blood grenade. The arrow will actually land on the Lich. This might be a kill, actually. Blood grenade goes out. First blood will be drawn for Direborn. As Deco, he just needs one more loss. Right click on 9 and Z as the Lich goes out. And Deco is happy. Or should be pretty happy with that exchange.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We'll see what becomes of this kind of start, because last time around Direborn had a pretty poor start. This time around they have a pretty good one, and they have a pretty phenomenal safe lane. Undying plus the Necrophos means that this is the lane where you can't really do, you can't really do much if you're 6 cats. You can't play aggressive. You can't, push against the Necro, as Dixon, all he really has to do, if the Underlord for some reason is charging at you, you just drop down a Tombstone and suddenly the play is dead on arrival. I think this is going to be free farm for Dreamosel once more. Even more so actually than the Kaz. Might actually be a very early Radiance timing, around that 14-minute mark I would say. Assuming that Dreamosel continues to free farm the way that he is. Over on the top side, the Lich will also go down. Direborn, they start fighting back pretty hard against 6 cats. As DO6 with the carry Doom against a Tidehunter isn't exactly the most inspiring of matchups for the Doom, but I suppose it could go okay. I think at the very least the DO6 will be able to find his farm, but let's see how he actually does on... I've seen his Doom before. Of course, DO6 on several heroes is amazing, but it might just come down to limitations of the Doom as a hero, because it's not a very confident carry pick. It's not one that scales, especially not as well as a Necrophos. And this is Southeast Asia, right? The Necro, when you think of the Necro carry, you think South America. You think of certain players who are very good on the Necro. Oh, Mirana will be able to leap away. DB on the position 4 Mirana. Normally, and I did not point this out earlier, but normally where you do have a support Mirana, it's usually on the position 5 role, because it's a lot easier. Or I think landing the arrows is a lot easier on the safe lane, because you have so many trees right next to your tower. On the position 4 role, you have to play away from your tower, and so you're probably going to be playing into the line of sight of the Dire side and not able to land your arrows that effectively or that easily.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And sure, the arrows cost a lot of mana, so you can't really spam them out constantly, but that just goes to the point that you need to make every bit of mana count. You need to make your arrows count. Topside, Momi, once again, taking in a bit of damage. DB throws out a Star Storm, and 9NZ does fall pretty low, but Momi can't exactly go for the chase, even with the magic stick. Now, he does have the Lotus, so he's not going to fall, he's not going to die. As bottom lane continues to be Deco, just running around. KNP, very low on his HP. Dreamosel, he will get the Death Pulse going, and KNP, I feel like he's dead. Dreamosel with the kill. Dixon with another kill. This offlane of 6 cats is running out of their 9 lives pretty quickly. 4 kills for Direborn, 4 minutes in, a kill per minute as far as the laning phase is concerned.
Been killed.
My stomach rumbles. What have we here?
Womi, I don't think Neverdive will be able to get this kill. Maybe though, with 9NZ coming in, Womi doesn't actually have the stick charges. He will fall. Great kill being found by 6 cat supports. However, the supports of Direborn found an even better kill. They take out the carry from 6 cats as DO6 goes down. This is again not a good position to fight in if you're these supports. Neverdie is going to be able to pick up the kill on DB, but gets decayed down to his own demise. A trade being made by these supports constantly is it's interesting. It's a bit funny to see actually. But the real exchange already took place earlier. Offlaner for a carry. Again, I think if you're Direborn, you're going to be pretty happy about the end result, especially since you're not afraid of leaving Dreamosel alone to rotate. And I think that's a very big point. Because the Necrophos is going to free farm regardless if you're in the lane or not. He doesn't need you. He doesn't need his supports, not with the kind of start that he's had. He has a Death Pulse. There's no Doom off lane, so no one's going to be charging at him with that ultimate. And KNP, quite frankly, who's playing an Underlord. All he can really do in this lane is farm away. He can't contest Dreamosell's farm. Not to mention, it's an awkward matchup, right? Because while you want to use your Firestorm to farm those creeps, those lane creeps, Dreamosell can heal up his own creeps. So you may not necessarily be able to farm up as effectively either. Oh, never die. In trouble. BB should be able to take out Dixon and has a regen rune to play with. Pota 2 should not be chasing over here. As BB is gonna get hit by the arrow. DB goes in with a Starstorm, but again, it's that regen rune. He is just healing away. However, gets smashed by Pota 2. BB will be able to zap away, and now it's actually going to be Pota 2 and DB in compromised positions. BB will zap away back towards the Mirana as DB goes down. Again, support for a support, not that bad as long as Pota 2 is able to make his way out, and he does. Was that a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-1? That was a 2-for-1. Actually, a 2-for-2. But again, not that bad of a result. But Six Cats do pick up the pace, and they do find some good kills here and there. Never Die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never Die is about to be converted into Always Dead. As he gets decayed, Deco will be able to pick up the kill. And again, he's trying to stack up for his offlaner or for his carry, either one. But you can't really, you shouldn't stack in this game, I would say. I think building up stacks is only going to give Dreamosell an even faster radiance. As 8 minutes in, 8 minutes, guys, he almost has a relic. Dreamosell, I don't know what he has for breakfast, man. I want his breakfast routine. I want his diet routine. I want his gym routine. Like, what is this? 73 CS at the 8.5 minute mark. He almost has 10 CS per minute. If you count his denies, it's 10 CS per minute. But we're not going to count his denies. We're not going to make it easy for him. Dreamosell, this is not looking like a game where you're going to be able to stack up against the Necro. Not like this.
It's for the dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I've been wanting this.
Womi throws out the rabbit. Sacred Arrow also lands. Starstorm does a lot of damage, but DO6 has his magic wand and will be able to survive that Ravage play. Six Cats, now they look to turn as BB comes in with an Arcane Rune. Zaps forward. Doesn't go for an additional zap to grab up DB. They knew the Undying was on that mid lane, so they could have actually gone for the kill, forced out his teleport, and then gone back. But I mean, it's a bit of wasted time for BB, but also wasted time for the Radiant side because Direborn, they use that Ravage to no avail. Oh, Storm Spirit, mid lane, Zaps coming in. Magnetize will also come out and the arrow will miss. But the rune was taken away by DB. 9NZ is now the one in trouble. One more decay. These decay kills are coming up by Dixon, time and time again. 5,500 net worth at that 10-minute mark up for Dreamosell. He hasn't purchased his Radiance, or rather his relics. Surprising that he hasn't gone for that. That would help him farm faster. So, I mean, perhaps he should be grabbing that relic, but maybe he's also holding off on it. As DO6 goes down, this is troublesome because while the Necro hasn't died, DO6 has died twice. Can't hold on to his tower either with the catapult wave coming in. Direborn will be able to take it out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Handsome devil.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Mid lane, Polo 2. He is in trouble. He can't roll away. Underlord will come in through the Fiends, get a 9, and Z will use the gaze to keep Polo 2 locked in place. They will take out the Earth Spirit. A great kill to be found, and they need more of that. They need to apply pressure on this tower. 4 heroes present from 6 cats as Direborn will hold on to their tower. The Essence Distiller, the staple for every support out there these days. Radiance up for the Necrophos as he builds it up in one go. So the reason why I was mentioning maybe he doesn't want to build up that relic, because he doesn't want to make a target. He doesn't want to put a target on his back. But when you reveal the full radiance, at that point, 6 cats are going to be looking at him and they're going to be like, wait, he has a radiance 12 minutes in? And then you feel the massive amounts of despair as you realize that the Necrophos is just too far ahead. And now you need to scramble to take out this Necrophos, slow his farm down, but how do you do that? Especially since your own carry is suffering, especially since Momi throws out a Ravage and survives this gank. BB will again not go for the zap in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
And it seems that this 3000 net worth advantage is only going to add up. The Necro is 1500 net worth, more than that actually. I can't do the maths because, well, I don't do maths. I don't believe in maths, guys. But it's about to become a 2000 net worth discrepancy. As DO6, he still doesn't have his Radiance, so this timing where you don't have a Radiance but the opposing carry does is going to accelerate the farm. It's going to create a difference in terms of net worth. And who knows if they're going to be able to overcome that difference, as bottom lane they secure the opposing side's Shrine of Wisdom. KMP will be sighted down and will be taken out. The response is going to come in from the Dire side. 6 cats, they will be able to take out Dixon at the very least for their troubles. But Pota 2 over on that mid lane, he was able to take out, or rather, sorry, they took out the Underlord earlier. And found the Shrine of Wisdom. Their own shrine is still up for the taking, for the grab. 6 cat. There are currently 4 cats on this bottom lane. Dreamosel, he zaps forward. Inside of the Ghost Shroud will not be able to survive. Great kill on the Necro. It gets better. They take out DB2. Might be able to transition this into a tier 1 tower. And will be, well, doing pretty well for themselves. Oh, Pota 2 Arrow is gonna land on Never Die. As Womi comes in, he has a Ravage to play with as well as a Consecrated Wraps. You can't touch this Tide Hunter, but he can still whack you with his Anchor. Never Die will fall. Direborn will be able to take apart this tier 1 tower pretty easily while still holding on to their own tier 1 towers towards the mid and top lane. The bot lane tower has been taken out, so Six Cats do have some space there as well as access to the Radiant jungle. As DO6 continues to farm away, he now has his Radiance 16 minutes in, so there is a 4-minute difference between these two Radiances. But I will say that DO6, he kept his farm up, and he did a great job at that. Because the difference between a Necro and this Doom is still just 1500. Photo 2. He catches the Lich. Arrow is not going to land, but the Magnetize will be able to take him out. Starstorm to secure the kill, in fact. As Photo 2, he is just guaranteed dead here. And that's not a worth it kill. Photo 2 plus a Tombstone for just a Lich. And they might actually lose more here. However, they do find the kill on Never Die. Dixon, can he stick around? He can't. The max HP burn from that Firestorm is great against the Undying and the Flesh Golem. It's just a limited. I mean, the Undying isn't really, unless you're an offlaner, you can't really survive, is the thing.
For the dead.
9 and Z. Oh. Doom is going to be planted down as BB comes in with a zap. They want to take out Womi, but the Undying Tombstone save is there. Womi will come out because he realizes that he'll have a Ravage to play with. DO6 is now in trouble. Ravage gets sent out, but KNP has dropped his pit, so Womi will not be able to chase on further. At the same time, 9 and Z is not going to be so lucky to survive. He won't get hit by the scythe. Dreamosel will hold on to that one ability. Womi doesn't have the Anchor. Has a crossbow. It's not exactly as crippling. Oh. The fight continues as Dreamosel somehow he's still in it. Has the scythe available. Will be able to drop it down towards BB as he goes down. DO6 is now going to be the second, or rather third casualty. Six Cats running out of their lives as KNP will be able to make it through the gate.
Dire's top tower is under
And they will choose not to target or pressure this tier 2 tower at the back of this team fight. Instead, they will go back to farm. Dreamosel at the very least will go back to farm.
Radiant are scanning.
Photo 2. Chain Frost gets sent out. As Momi, I mean 9 and Z, he's unlucky in the sense that his Storm can zap away, but the Lich can't zap. You know, the Lich is ice, and ice is not as fast as lightning. Frost arm, I mean, Frost Shield has to be maxed here. Sinister Grey Gaze is great when you are able to actually lock someone down, but in this case, this is not a game where it seems like that is possible. Not until your Doom is online and ready to go. But it's still, when you consider his timings, right, there's no difference between the offlane Doom and this Doom that we're seeing, because 16-minute radius is not too far off for an offlane Doom as well. Sure, I mean, an offlane Doom might get it at the 17-18 minute mark, you know. So it is a bit faster compared to that, but the momentum is the same right now. Dreamosel level 17 on that Necro. As KNP will survive. Mirana could not go after him. No ATOS available for the Mirana. Photo 2. He will jump right in with his rolling boulder. Activates the magnetizer. 3-man rabbits coming in by Bomi. KNP is going to get sighted down over here by Dreamosel. And they'll be able to take him out. Meanwhile, Pota 2 again smashes back the Lich, but has overextended. Pota 2 this time around, or rather, Dixon comes in with the Tombstone save. But EO6 is there with the Doom should they need it. Pota 2 will fall. Doom will be applied on the Tidehunter as he gets forced out, but has lost too much HP and is guaranteed to die here. Dreamosel looking out for DO6 will not be able to take him out and is now isolated. Has nowhere to really go. Will they be able to take him down though is the big question. He has too much HP regen coming in alongside the consecrated wraps. As BB Yasha and Dekaya built up, he wants to build up to that Manta style. Fiend's Gate will be used as DB will be grabbed up by BB and it will go down to KNP. So not that bad of an exchange. 4 heroes going down there at the back of an overextension from Pota 2. There was no reason to dive behind that tier 2 tower. He got too greedy. And if you want to dive, get your BKB up first. No, he's very close to it. Womi has the blink, but no anchor. You want to get to that anchor, just lock down that storm, and suddenly he has nowhere to zap, nowhere to go. It's one of the best abilities against a storm, considering that you're able to get it in time. Like, the value that it gives you is really good.
Dire are scanning.
Pota 2 almost has the BKB. Meanwhile, Dreamosel has his entire BKB packed up, ready to go in his bento box. And we'll be able to get it in the courier soon. Lincoln Sphere also being built up right now. Again, the difference now is a lot more visible. It's a lot more palpable, I would say. 4,000 of a net worth, or well, I mean almost 4,000 of a net worth difference between Dreamosel and DO6. They activate the Doom on Pota 2 over on the mid lane. Pota 2 is guaranteed to fall. There's no surviving that kind of an initiation. Considering how quickly it can come in. Blink Dagger up for DO6. However, it seems like the Radiant side, they want to take a fight. Womi, again, has the anchor. Did plant it down towards the storm, but it got taken out. Dreamosel activates his BKB, goes to work, will be able to sight down that Lich. 9NZ will fall, but it is a mid laner for a Lich and the BKB charge for Dreamosel. Not that effective of a counter response, considering that the Tidehunter did go in, dropped it down the anchor, you know, the dead in the water shard that he has. But the storm was able to get out of it unscathed. Like, the storm wasn't ever really in trouble from my perspective, or rather from, you know, what we just saw. He made it out with full HP. It's again a few issues in terms of synergy that we saw in the previous game for Tireborn that we're seeing right now as well. Pota 2. Shard will be grabbed up by the Earth Spirit, so now he has the full speed increase and the cost range. Anchor again to be applied. They are going to come in. Dreamosol does not have his sight though, but they have the silence on the storm. Is it going to be enough? They take out BB. That pesky little storm that was so troublesome for their side is now going to be down for 40 seconds. 6 cats. What I'm afraid of for 6 cats is that they're not going to scale as well. Right? The Earth Spirit is still a spirit at the end of the day. Their heroes, they're not, they're not as strong past that 35 or 30 minute mark. And even now, it's not as if they're in a better position. It is a lead of 6,000 in favor of Direborn. Like, it seems like they have perfect control, a great grasp on this game, or on this series. First one did not start off so well. They had a 4,000 net worth disadvantage, so 6 to 7,000 at one point, but now it's 6 cats who have to muster up that comeback. But how do you do that when you have a carry that's not a hardcore carry, right? It's kind of a mid-game carry that's going to start scaling off pretty soon. Well, I wouldn't, okay, to be fair, I wouldn't say he starts scaling off. I would just say that he doesn't scale as well as the Necro. Doom, of course, is a pretty good late game hero. Dota 2 has the BKB available. Chain Frost though gets sent out. Vomi. No Ravage available. Moonlight Shadow is there though. Vomi will blink right in. Sees 9NZ. There's no Chain Frost to be hired here. 9NZ isn't going to get hit by the Scythe. Dreamosol doesn't care about the Reaper Scythe stacks. He just cares about scything down the right targets. I suppose that it's a very disciplined approach by Dreamosol. A lot of Necros will just drop the Scythe as soon as they can, but you have to consider it to be a 100-second cooldown. Doesn't get reduced by the Scepter, but he will have the Scepter regardless. The decay is really powerful. But for the Scepter to work, you also need the Heart, right? Because it's based on your current HP regen. The Heart is by far the best item for that.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Vomi catches up at the Keeper of the Light as he gets hit by an arrow, and it will be anchored or smashed regardless, whichever way. It just seems like
Dire's middle tower is under
he was able to secure the Shrine of Wisdom before he died. I suppose that's a bit of something going his way. BKB is up for Dreamosol. I don't know what this play is. Oh, maybe with the Vortex they can get it done. But no, Dreamosol, he heals back up. He still has the BKB. He activates it now. As BB, he goes back. So I suppose it's worth it to force out that BKB. But, okay. That is completely worth it. Particularly as DO6. Oh, wait. What is DO6 doing? He wasn't able to pike himself low ground, but is able to make it out. No, Womi comes in with a Ravage. It's going to be Dota 2 who jumps in with that rolling boulder. DO6 activates his own BKB and attempts to run away, but the BKB is expiring. There is no one coming to help him. Dota 2 will be able to secure that big juicy kill as BB jumps on DB, wants to take out the Mirana, but this is a Mirana that has that. I mean, DB, he is so stacked. I mean, look at his farm, man. This is he has a Scepter. He has a whole Scepter up on his Mirana. Sure, it's a Sacred Arrow upgrade, right? You release a Star Storm. Womi has the dead in the water. Storm has to be careful. Still trying to catch out. Oh, Lich will put an end to the Mirana's life. 9NZ though will be able to teleport away, so great kill to be found. He finds himself with 800 gold nearly, and is able. That was a solo kill for the Lich. Pretty well done by 9NZ. Level 14 Lich. Despite of them they lost a few shrines by the way, in the early game. I believe the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom was collected by Direborn, but it's still an awkward spot to be in. Like, you take a look at this Necro's farm. I mean, Dreamosol, he has the Lincoln Sphere now. He's not going to get doomed up unless someone breaks his Lincolns, but you'll have to waste a spell for it. There's no item that can actually break away that Lincoln Sphere. So you either have to expend your Vortex, or your Sinister Gaze, or your Frost Blast. I would say just use the Frost Blast to take out the Lincoln Sphere. Right? I mean, what else do you do? You're not going to use a Doom on it for sure. BB's BKB, his first BKB use has been forced out. And he has no more mana. Pota 2, he's going to jump right in. Magnetize is going to be used. BB will fall on his own high ground despite of them having all tier 2 towers up. It is Pota 2 playing with his food right now. And no one's coming to help. Tier 2 tower gets broken through as Dreamosol loses his Aegis. Doesn't have his scepter up quite just yet, but it seems like they feel confident enough to walk up that high ground, probably poke it a little bit, and just get back eventually. BB doesn't have the buyback available. Arrow lands on that backline as Momi, he gets doomed again, but has the BKB. DO6 is with that one. However, they may be able to chase him down. Unfortunately, there's no storm, so you can't actually go for the chase. DO6 activates his own BKB, and it's a great pit of malice coming in by KNP. They'll be able to take out Dixon. Dreamosol's Aegis, or rather, his Lincolns has been broken, but you can't chase the Necro. However, BB, he's here on the tier 2 mid lane. Is he going to go for the zap? He's going to go for the wraparound first. And it seems like the fight has broken apart. It's going to be the Radiant side, Direborn, disengaging. They won't be taking any more chances. Not with the Storm up. You still have to respect the plays that can be made with a Storm Spirit.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems like there is a fight brewing. Pota 2 will jump right in. Storm Spirit hit by an arrow. Sighted down by Dreamosol. Never die. Will fall beside his Storm. As 6 cats. If they have 9 lives each, they should have 54 lives. So, I mean, there are 24 lives left for their entire lineup. Of course, that is an arbitrary random number. Or it's on random, I would say. You know, the 9 is a cat having 9 lives is a pretty established thing, I would say. But in a game of Dota, of course, number is arbitrary. I'm just wondering if the lore is going to be accurate in that sense. Again, no Storm Spirit, so you can poke or siege at high ground, but you have to be careful. KNP's Firestorm, his Pit of Malice, especially with the increased AoE coming in from that chasm. Everyone has a BKB. Dreamosol most likely will buy the Aghanim's Blessing and then go for the heart, but he's not going for the heart. I suppose it's not worth it against a Doom, but you have a Lincoln, you have a BKB. So you might as well get it. But he feels like he needs an overwhelming blink after this. Not too bad of an item. Again, it gives you that strength. Doesn't give you the HP regen, but strength converts to HP regen. Pota 2 They were waiting for him. However, the Ravage was also waiting for Six Cats BB. He'll activate his BKB. Everyone activates their BKB. Pota 2, though, he will be the one to go down. Mid laners have been exchanged. The Undying will fall, but Dreamosol, as soon as he shows up, the fight is done. You have to get back when Dreamosol is there. However, it is a 3 for 3, and Dreamosol, he won't be able to chase after anyone. Still there. DB trying to go after the Keeper of the Light. Seems like the horse is faster than... I'm not sure what the Mirana is on. Oh, arrow? Not gonna land. Dreamosol will be able to apply the slow on Never Die. The Death Pulse will chase after the Keeper of the Light. And the Death Pulse again. However, you do have the Will-O-Wisp. So a lot of time wasted there. And to be frank with you guys, this is a very slow high ground push, irrespective of who's alive and who isn't. You're a Necro, you don't really hit towers all that well, so it does seem like Six Cats will be able to hold on to their high ground for quite a while, even if they're losing these fights.
My gratitude.
Tormentor up for grabs. Who's gonna get the shard? Is the Mirana, who will get the +1 leap charge. And will have the Celestial Quivers as well. 3 Celestial Quiver stacks. So I mean it's 62 bonus magical damage, so he can apply around 180 magical damage per leap. He has 3 leap charges. So it's 180 times 3. It's a lot of damage when you think about it like that. 9NZ. He is waiting. They will catch up to him though. Womi tried to go for the Ravage but gets doomed up instead. Has the BKB up. Undying Tombstone save is going to be there. But they need to make sure that Womi stays alive somehow. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. Somehow Six Cats have found the perfect way to start the fight. Especially as Dixon falls as well. Dreamosol is going to continue on forward. BB has lost most of his mana, and Dreamosol will be able to find that site. Despite the way that the fight started for Six Cats, it's still going to be an overwhelmingly... Well, it's still overwhelming, right? The Radiant side have too big of an advantage. DB is going to come in from the backline. Arrow, he will sacrifice his own life in place of the Underlords. A worth it trade for the Mirana. But again, with only 2 heroes alive, Six Cats are not going to be afraid of their high ground being besieged. I don't think Dreamosol can do anything about this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just starts hitting the tier 3 tower with backdoor protection. That is funny. And he'll just teleport back. As long as Six Cats don't lose the fight in a one-sided way, they should be pretty fine. But they're never going to start winning, is the problem. And it really feels like even in the best case scenario, Six Cats, all they really get is a stalemate. And worst case scenario, they get wiped and they lose the game. Right? Those don't seem like great odds to me. I mean, look at it. DO6, he can't do anything against Dreamosol. This is a carry versus carry. And one carry is just jumping you and one carry is scrambling to get away from the other carry. An 81% win probability just constantly increasing as time has gone on, and there are portions in this graph which suggests that, you know, Six Cats have fought back. It's just, I think it's the difference of the draft here. I think that the Doom carry, considering how DO6 has been able to farm, he hasn't been able to find that kind of an impact. You take a look at the offlane Doom, and this itemization is not any different. I don't think there's any way to make it different either. Seems like it's going to be a full-on team fight. This time around, it's a 5-man Ravage coming in by Vomi. 9NZ and DO6 have gone down. BB activates his BKB, but only to get away from this onslaught coming in from Direborn. Six Cats will be decimated. Lost their Doom, lost their supports. No buyback available, or rather, they do have the buyback for at least 2 of their heroes. Only the Lich doesn't have it. KNP, or rather the buybacks will be coming out, and it seems like they will disengage, or rather they'll find Pota 2 before Direborn are able to get out. Storm will zap on forward, finds Dixon. Should be able to take out the Undying. Ceaseless Dirge is going to activate, so Roshan is not going to be as free as they think.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But Dreamosoul doesn't seem like he's interested in contention. Oh, Disarm is going to buy them time. They might be able to enter the pit over here. Vomi jumps right in, has no Ravage. Aegis drops on the deck and DO6 picked it up. Undying Tombstone save is going to be there as Dreamosoul gets doomed. I don't know if they have enough damage to take out Dreamosoul though. However, they are able to get it done right now. Dreamosoul will fall. Mirana will not be able to leap away. Six Cats find Roshan, they find Direborn, and they take out the one target that they have been trying to find all game long.
Radiant's middle tower is
Dreamosoul made a big mistake there going for this Shrine of Wisdom.
are fortified.
While Six Cats were inside of the pit, again, it is the greed coming out that has cost Direborn. It was the greed in that game number 1 as well that cost them, and again,
Radiant's middle tower
hurts them severely in this game number 2. Now down to a 9,000 net worth advantage. Still, the graph is weirding out on me right now, but the win probability going from a staggering 80% down to about 55% in favor of the Dire side. They will be able to break through this first lane of barracks. Dreamosoul has the buyback available, but doesn't really feel like he needs to use it since the tier 2 towers are still standing. But it is a critical error in judgment that Direborn made there. Six Cats, they're going to be very happy with what has transpired, given they've gotten a new lease on life right now. BB almost has his level 25. Unfortunately, he does not have the shard or the scepter for his overlord bounces. But DO6 has an entire Axe Blessing flying out towards him. That is going to be hard to play against. But it's always going to be a question of who gets caught first, right? If Six Cats find someone first, they can take them down. But if Direborn finds someone first, in fact, if Direborn find multiple heroes first, then they just win the fight outright, as we saw, before the Roche fight, the 4-man, 5-man Ravage coming out. KNP. Oh, Ravage gets expended. That's not the way I want to see a Ravage. That's not the way to use a Ravage. Vomi will activate the BKB. Oh no, his BKB got cancelled. I don't even know how his BKB got cancelled. I think he misclicked there. Not working out too well for Direborn the past few minutes. They seem to be struggling in that regard. They seem to be losing grip of an otherwise controlled game. And I'm afraid that this storm could be the difference maker. Has the Overlord bounces, as soon as you end up with the Aghanim Scepter, and that should be the item he is going for, it becomes so much harder to actually win fights because you are playing with several melee heroes, 3 melee heroes on Direborn's lineup. As Pota 2 will jump right in, but you are playing into an Aegis, so you need to be careful. Pota 2 will not be able to roll away in time. He will in fact be going down, but BB, he's lost his life. Dreamosol over on the backline is doing the majority of the damage there. However, Dreamosol now needs to find a way out. He will have that tombstone save coming in at the very last second and is able to replenish his HP. Dixon coming in with a miraculous save. However, BB has bought back. He will take out the Mirana as even DB buys back. Pota 2 comes in with a buyback of his own as he pushes back the Storm Spirit. KNP now left to fend for himself, has the BKB available, so it seems like he will be able to disengage. And Never Die almost got hit by the arrow, but will be able to teleport back. This has become a game of sudden death now, as both mid laners in this game don't have a buyback available. Whichever one falls is likely to give away the next team fight, and is likely to give away the game. Best Jam over on the chat has suggested that Mirana is on a cat. You know, that changes the equation. That's a good question, I would say, because it should change the equation that we were talking about earlier. But the Mirana is on the Direborn side. I don't know. You know, Direborn don't have the cats in their name. Or maybe, you know, I'm not actually sure. What I do know is that DB is on his 8th death, right? 9 lives? Well, it's his last one. And it seems like the 9th life is under threat right now as BB attempts to chase, but he's used away most of his mana. And remember, he doesn't have a buyback available. The anchor is holding him back as he zaps away with the last remnants of his mana. Pota 2 still holding on strong, has the BKB available. It's a magnetize on everyone on 6 cats. Another perfect Ravage coming in by Vomi, as it will be 6 cats who will lose their entire lineup here. KNP will be able to BKB and teleport out, but now BB is dead for 120 seconds. The Keeper of the Light is dead too without buyback for the next 40 seconds. Even after that, he doesn't have the gold for it. He doesn't have the gold. And it seems as though this might be the game there. It's at the very least going to be 2 lanes of barracks, maybe even the full 3. It is a very slow high ground push, so that's why I'm not sure. If this was a LUNAR or something, or a hard right click and carry, this game was already done. But Vomi is right clicking pretty hard with the Assault Cuirass.
Dire's bottom barracks is falling. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks is fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is fallen.
Hit of Malice comes out as the Doom gets hit by the arrow. Again, no storm for about 20 seconds. You need to be able to hold off the build up with the mega creeps. But can you do that? You also need to stay alive for your storm when he eventually respawns in order to take a fight. But it doesn't seem like KNP will be able to do so. Doesn't have a buyback available, as the Necro, once again, pretty safe and secure inside of that Tombstone, activates the BKB and comes out. DO6, now the one in big trouble. He has a buyback available, even if he falls over here, and Polar 2 does not have one. He will be able to boulder smash, but might actually fall down over here. BB trying his very best, but unable to get it done. It's another Ravage towards that back line. A stun on DO6 as GG will be the call. 6 cats give up game number 2 as Direborn, despite of that shaky Roche fight, were the ones consistently in control of this game. The MVP certainly to be Dreamosel with a 12-minute Radiance. And he made it look super easy finding that farm. Again, we do have to consider the honorable mention toward the Tidehunter, that 5-man Ravage that he found not just once in this game, but twice. He had the perfect way to start the team fight. Direborn coming up with the, I would say, the fantastic debut in Lunar Horse Trophy. I really like the addition of Dreamosel into their lineup. I think this could go really far. And for 6 cats, they still have plenty of more series. It's a single group round robin, so you get to play 7 other teams. You have a lot of chance to make it into the playoffs, as only 2 teams are eliminated at the group stage. Of course, guys, this is not it at Lunar Horse Trophy. It's never over at Crin Station. We have 1 more series lined up for you for today, and then we have 2 series every day from tomorrow onwards. I will let you know who the next series is going to be in just about a second here. The next series is going to be between NEXA and PANDAWA LIMA. We saw PANDAWA LIMA the last time around. They have the same lineup, and now NEXA is coming in with Gohan, the former carry of, I believe, Team Ivory. Gohan has been around, has played for several teams out there by now. And that series will take place in a bit of time. We have about 40 minutes for that next best of 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. Well, you can go grab some tea, grab some breakfast, or maybe it's late for breakfast for you guys over there. Grab some lunch and make sure to join me, your host Ultras, as I take you through the next best of 3 at Crin Station Lunar Horse Trophy. And I will see you all then. good against the Nature's Prophet, and you would want either one to be on your side. Let us see which one it will be, though. As Pandawa Lima, they go for the Dawnbreaker. So having not revealed their carry quite just yet, but they do match tempo, right? They match that global presence. Whoever the Nature's Prophet is going to go in on, the Dawnbreaker can follow up. Not to mention the Ember Spirit Remnant forward, coupled up with the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian. That is going to be a difficult position for NEXA to come out of.
5 seconds remaining.
They need to add in some survivability in their lineup, some defensiveness. Disruptor is unfortunately not going to be available, but NEXA, they go for the Necrophos. And it's a decent Necrophos game. You can survive the Dawnbreaker and the Ember Spirit charging in at you, but you do have to consider the fact that the Ember Spirit is a natural vessel as well as a natural Mage Slayer builder. You couple those two items together and it's a pretty good setup against the Necro. Dawnbreaker won't be able to cancel out your heals, and NEXA, they have the offlane pick, so I would imagine that Pandawa should just ban out the Doom. You don't want the Doom against the Dawnbreaker. Your heal is going to be worthless, your save is going to be worthless,
10 seconds
so
remaining.
you will, you'll have that ability coming up
5
for them.
seconds remaining.
So we'll see exactly what bans they go for, and I think that if I were NEXA, I'd pick up the Doom. It would either be the Doom or the Tidehunter. We saw what the Necro plus the Tidehunter were able to do for Direborn. Maybe NEXA can replicate that. Pandawa Lima, though.
Radiant team ban.
NEXA will be the ones to ban out the Drow Ranger. It's a pretty good ban. I was recommending the Drow as well as the Luna, and Pandawa ban at the Tidehunter. So they're thinking at a similar, I would say, my mind is at the same place as theirs. But the Luna is available for grabs, and I think that's probably going to be the one that Pandawa Lima are going to go in for. NEXA, interestingly, because they have a Necro, it's either a Necro, it has to be a Necro mid, or a Nature's Prophet on the mid lane. One of those two. I think the Nature's Prophet is perhaps a little bit better against the Ember Spirit, considering that the Flame Guard is going to absorb the Necro's Death Pulse.
Radiant team pick.
But let's see. Timbersaw comes out for NEXA as they, instead of control, tempo, or survivability for their lineup, auras, they go for the damage. So again, pure damage to cut through that Ember Spirit's Flame Guard. It's a pretty good hero against him,
10 seconds.
and also pretty good against his Undying, because you steal strength, the Timbersaw steals it right back. Except no, actually the Timbersaw doesn't steal it, it just takes it away. He just takes it away. Pandawa Lima, though, 5th hero up for grab. Is it going to be the Luna? It's a pretty good hero against the Timbersaw because you can cancel the Timber Chain with just one Lucent Beam, as they will definitely go for that. So a very simple pick coming in from Pandawa Lima, but one that works, one that is pretty effective in its job, in its role. Monza will be the Luna player, as he isn't the support, he is in fact their carry. Interesting, Azor is... I will have to go back and actually check. So Azor is registered as their position too, as their mid laner. Again, interesting dynamic building up for this first series. The overlays will be removed, guys, by when we enter the game. You don't need to worry. When we take a look at both of these two lineups, I think that it's hard to call which one is going to be better because it just comes down to the execution. I think if NEXA are able to get on top of this Luna, or able to get on top of this Ember Spirit, there's no save coming. There's no Dawnbreaker heal. There's no amount of heal that will be enough against the Reaper's Scythe, Nature's Wrath, and the Timbersaw's pure damage that will cut through anyone. So I think that NEXA have the overall advantage in those team fights. I think the pick-off potential is definitely there for Pandawa Lima, especially with the Ember Spirit Vessel coming up. You will have this window where you can take the Nature's Prophet, the Necro, or the Timbersaw down. I think even in this game, the Timbersaw is not going to be as tanky, especially against that Eclipse. So I would imagine that Pandawa Lima stick to the attempts at just making sure that they have those pickoffs locked down. That is the way that they can build up their advantage. If they are not going to be able to do that, I don't think they're going to have a good game. I think their win condition is to be able to farm up through pickoffs and making sure that Monza can farm those creeps, those jungles, everything, all the space at the same time. It is a very hard game to be playing late game. So you will have to consider that. It's going to be a Necro on that mid lane against the Ember Spirit. Again, it's a pretty good pick, as I will have to update the logos. There we go, as already we see a bit of action brewing up. Jollibee is in trouble, out of his own cogs, but can he make it out? It does seem like it's going to be possible. Olivi also taking in damage from Roshan, as Roshan decides to pick a side in this team fight. But none of the players to go down. Jollibee will even find the Observer Ward and deny it away from Pandawa Lima. As Monza is gonna have a lot of his mana burnt away. Jerem is coming in from the back line, and so is a Dawnbreaker. Gohan is in trouble! In fact, slowed down by the Blood Grenade as well as the Hammer. It will be the Dawnbreaker who will secure first blood for his team, and despite of the Clockwork making his way out, I would have actually preferred if Gohan survived. You know, I would have preferred that Jollibee was dead there. At least, at the very least, it wouldn't have meant that Pandawa Lima get this start. A Dawnbreaker on the offlane is difficult to deal with. And now you're going to have to deal with the Dawnbreaker who's gotten a head start. As Gohan has faced a disconnect. And he should be resuming in, well, I mean, whenever he comes back. He does have limited time to come back, but hopefully he will soon. Leon, who is this Rentineer? But Leon is their offlaner. Gohan has reconnected into the game. And we should be resuming into it shortly. There we go. The go call has been sounded out. The sorries, the apologies have been sent out. So Gohan, definitely nice of him to do that. I do think that the equation has changed with the first blood happening. Normally, you have a Clockwork, great position 5. You can zone out the Dawnbreaker. You can also even cancel out his little combo of his Starbreaker. But that requires Jollibee to skill up the Battery Assault very early on. Before he's level, or rather by the time he's level 3. Right, so you won't have that Rocket Flare. You will have the cogs though. And typically, you can also interrupt the Celestial Hammer, or rather the Starbreaker, with the cogs. They are ready. I wonder if Pandawa Lima needs some time, because the resumption call has not been sounded out.
Starting to feel a bit nutty.
There we go. Leon says go. It only took the 4 times to shake them back up into the game. Undying, as well as Monza, Jerem and Monza, making their way towards that bot lane, I assume. They might actually miss out on a creep, or two, or just one creep maybe. But that's also a maybe. No, they will be able to make their way in, but won't be able to find the deny. And they will miss the creep, in fact. Ren will not deny it, but the creep did go down without the loss right click coming in. And range creep secured without the Lucent Beam. This is a difficult lane for Jerem. I don't know if he can actually play this lane as the Undying. Normally where the Undying is strong against him on the Timbersaw, Timbersaw is the perfect hero against the Undying, right? Because the Decay, it will take away for strength, but the Whirling Death also takes away your attributes. 7 or 13% attribute loss and 5% for universal heroes. So it's it's a bit hard. Settings need to be adjusted for Gohan, definitely. Why adjust them before the game? I'm only kidding. As the Go call will be sounded out, Gohan is a fantastic carry player, at least in my perspective. He certainly knows how to find his farm. Whereas when he was with Ivory, they used to love picking up the gyrocopter for him. But we will see what he can do with the Nature's Prophet. As it does seem like the Dire side, you know, they're feeling a bit shaky here. Azur has 6 lost hits, but he actually has the highest lost hits for NEXA. 6 lost hits for the Nature's Prophet, and carry to carry comparison, it seems that the Luna is getting a bit more than the Nature's Prophet is. It is a hard lane for the NP, but it's also not the easiest lane for the Luna to be in. Despite of him playing pretty well against the Timber so far. Now the thing about the mid lane is you can't really do anything for either side. The Necrophos is not going to die to the Ember Spirit unless a rotation comes in. Oh, top side. It seems like Leon, he wants to find that kill. Olive, he wanted the Nature's Prophet, unable to actually get him down. Gohan survives, but doesn't have too much HP to play with. I think with the one tango that he'll have, he'll be back up to around 200, maybe even 250 HP. As the Courier brings about a Null Talisman, but no regeneration. So actually he'll hit 300. Okay, never mind, he took a few hits, and so he'll be at about 250 HP. Shouldn't be that bad, but you can't get hit by a combo. If you get hit by the Dawnbreaker's combo, or even rather just a one spell, I think just the Celestial Hammer should be good enough. But it's unfortunate though, Jollibee will make sure that Leon doesn't have the mana to actually make that kind of a play. But mangoes were used and Gohan was executed by that simple play. Again, that is the second kill for the Dawnbreaker. Pretty good start for Pandawa Lima. Or they had a pretty good start, and right now is just continuing to be even better.
Warriors of the wood.
Again, a play on Jollibee, but the battery assault has been skilled up, so there's no way Leon can get a combo off on the Clockwork. It just doesn't really seem like it's going to be possible. However, they do have the Celestial Hammer, and Leon will be able to pick up the kill on Jollibee before he goes down. Treants will be denied away as Ren over on the bot lane took out the Courier, but Jerem took out the Timbersaw. Again, Pandawa Lima are off to a fantastic start. 4 kills across the board, 3 on that top lane, 1 on that bottom lane, on the Timbersaw of all heroes. It's turned out Ren was not close. And even towards the mid lane, it seems like Azur is able to hold his own. Like, he's not having a bad time. So it seems as though maybe Pandawa Lima are going to be in control of the early to mid game. Especially, it will depend on what the Necrophos actually makes. If this is going to be a Radiance build on the mid lane, it might just end up being too greedy if you're not able to play the map. If you're not able to find or take away Pandawa's farm, right? If you build up a Necro mid as a Radiance builder and you have a carry hero, you need to be farming up the Radiance side of the map, because the Nature's Prophet will want his part of the map. the safe farm. And better the Necro play risky than the Nature's Prophet. Because sure, while you have the teleport out, the Necro actually has a lot more survivability with the heals coming in, with the ability to negate physical right-click damage. Azor
Radiant's middle tower
finds the Searing Chains. Might be able to pick up the kill, but unfortunately doesn't have the mana for the Remnant. Just 10 mana too low. I don't think the 1 Remnant would have been enough. I think he needed the 2. Necro, he is... Once he gets his level 6, he can look towards that top lane, make a rotation, get a kill, get that sight down on that Dawnbreaker, take away his streak, or rather his streak actually is over, but you can still find them. As Jolibé comes over, they really want Olivie, however they will turn their attention towards the Dawnbreaker, who they can't take down. Olivie was able to back away in time, and the Dawnbreaker was able to play bodyguard. Ooh, good dodge of the Bushwhack. But now the Necro is in. There's our Reaper sight. And there is the kill for the Necro. Leon goes down, and Pandawa Lima should have seen that play coming. But unfortunately, they are trying to play greedy. As greedy as they can on that offlane with those kind of lead that they do have. But it's not really a lead they have, right? Because it is the side of NEXA who have the advantage in their favor. Olivie again in trouble, but so his Gohan. Nature's Wrath gets sent out, but it's towards that top side when they don't take much damage from it. The Undying is here as well, but Jerem, as soon as he steps down, the clock will start to tick because the Watcher sees him. Gohan, can he make it out of this position? Tombstone is also up as Ren comes in, but the Solar Guardian comes down on Jolibé, who should be able to take out that Tombstone. It's a pretty shaky fight because no one has really gone down. But Olivie will use that Fade Bolt to take out Jolibé. You do have the Necro coming in, so you don't have that much time. Ember Spirit is also in the fight as they turn their attention towards that Nature's Prophet. Take out the NP. As the Necro has no scythe available, it's coming back in about 3 seconds. Maybe it's time to actually get out here, but Leon will be held back by the Bushwhack. Acorn Shot was coming in, but Jerem saves the Dawnbreaker with his level 2. The Soul Rip coming in handy.
Never refuse gold given.
Hardly see nothing down here.
Boots of Travel up for the Necrophos. Spirit Vessel being built up. You could go for the Maze Slayer first, or you can go for the Maze Slayer later, but I do really think that you need a Maze Slayer because it also reduces the Timbersaul's outgoing damage. Monza is in trouble, surrounded by the entire lineup of NEXA. They will take out the Luna and now target that tier 1 tower. 9.5 or rather 10 minutes in, they should be able to find this tier 1, and the top lane tower is plenty healthy, so they won't be losing their own tower unless of course they decide to let it go. That would be I would say you have the potential to defend, but it seems like they would rather make a play towards some other part of the map. Getting the Ember down is an uphill toss. You don't have the kind of chain locks you need. You need to be able to find the bushwhack first, or maybe even commit the scythe to find that chain lock. Use the Smoke of Deceit to farm up the ancient stacks, but the tier 1 I don't actually think that's all that worth it for NEXA. They should have defended their tower. It was in a near 90% or 80% Gohan, the carry, all by himself. A disaster for the side of NEXA as they look to fight back hard on that mid lane. Haim has come in, but the Solar Guardian is going to go drop down on top. Haim Timber chains out of the Solar Guardian AoE, but now it's so much damage coming in, especially at the back of that Spirit Vessel, that Haim has to go back. Doesn't really seem like Azor is done. Searing Chains applied on Ren over on the back line. As the Hoodwink falls, you lost your tier 1 tower. It is a comfortable lead for Pandawa Lima, especially with the kill on that top lane. They seem to be doing pretty well for themselves.
Radiant are scanning.
The flames rush forth.
Dire are scanning.
Azor. Spirit Vessel applied. Bushwhack doesn't actually land. Azor might be able to pick up the solo kill, but no, Sharpshooter comes in by Ren. Jarim will secure the kill finally, but you need to be careful because there's a Reaper Scythe applied on the Undying. He will go down, but Leon was able to secure the kill on Ren. It is an even 2 for 2, but one side has lost their carry, and that's NEXA who lost their carry 5 times in this game. They really want to punish this Dawnbreaker, but they won't be able to. It's rough when Monza is just free farming away and your Nature's Prophet has died 5 times. Solar Guardian comes in towards that mid lane. It is a Necrophos who will be going down. He is going for that Radiance build. Has it at a decent time. 16 minutes in, you have Gohan. Despite of him actually falling down multiple times, he still has that Mjolnir up. You have a Necrophos with the Radiance online. So now the only question is, can you find the space to farm up while Pandawa Lima are going for these pickoffs, are going for these constant moves?
Under attack.
If you can find the farm, NEXA will be stronger. But if you can't find the farm, then this build by the Necro is going to, you're going to run into trouble. As mid lane, I don't think they can get the skill. It's a hard one to get, especially with the Sanj and Kaya. This Timbersaw is so tanky. 2100 HP, plenty of, well, a lot of regen as well, I would say. But they go in once again with the Spirit Vessel. This time around, the Chakram comes in by Olivie, and with that, there's going to be plenty of damage available for whoever they want to kill. I think this Chakram could be the way to unlocking the kill on the Necro too. As Maggie, who is playing the mid lane Necrophos, actually going for the exact same build as you go for a carry. We saw this in the previous series too, right? With the carry Doom, DO6 was playing that. He played it the same way as you do in offlane Doom, with no real changes.
Bottom tower.
So let's see if Greed will be paying off in the second series
Dire's top tower
for the
is
group
under
stage.
attack.
They see Monza, but Monza also sees them. Ooh, Olivie. Hook shot in by Jollibee. Olivie is stunned down. There comes the Solar Guardian. Can they heal him back up? They can't. In fact, even Leon is in trouble. Sighted down by the Necrophos. NEXA, they will win this fight. There is plenty of damage available by their side. They have their entire lineup, and 3 heroes will go down as Monza continues to find his farm. But the problem is the Nature's Prophet, despite of Gohan going down 5 times in this game, he is at the very top of the net worth chart. They will run down this tier 1 tower. Cliff does come out. As Azor, he jumps right in. Monza, he's gonna come in with an Eclipse. Is it going to be enough damage? Gohan will go down as Monza is able to stand his ground and actually commit to that fight. Even the Necrophos will fall and the Glaives will do most of the work. A triple kill for Monza. So much damage. 1,000 gold going his way. And again, where it was the Nature's Prophet who for a brief moment in time was able to get to that top place in the net worth, he just falls right back down. I mean, it's hard not to fall down when you have a Luna that comes in and gets a triple kill. I am very surprised that the Necrophos actually died there, but that's the problem with this build, right? You're a carry Necrophos, or you're a mid lane Necrophos who needs to farm but also needs to participate. And you're participating with just a Radiance. Boost to travel as well, but that doesn't increase your survivability, right? It doesn't increase your HP pool as you're getting hit or right click down. Azor once again sees the clockwork, but it's a difficult kill to get. Oh, maybe not. It's a very simple kill in the hands of Azor. Do have to be careful about that site. It will be planted down. A sharpshooter also lands, but he finds that flame guard. Will be able to find his one remnant out. Gets his second remnant coming off of cooldown, and he gets away with that solo kill. And he also makes sure that the sharpshooter is on cooldown. The scythe is on cooldown. Both those spells taking away about a minute of time. Sharpshooter less so. I'm surprised this spell has 45 seconds of a cooldown considering how much damage it actually does.
Radiant are scanning.
Rentenir, or rather Leon, sees Gohan, goes in on him, but Jollibee comes in for some assistance. Has the cogs, has the battery assault as well, and Leon has nowhere to go. He is running, but he's running towards the opposite part of the map. Sharpshooter will be sharp indeed as it pierces his back. Takes him out. Kame has the blink dagger. Oh, Eclipse has been committed. But this time around, he won't be able to make it out. Not when they are able to get on top of him. But it was... Oh, man. It was the neutral creep that took out Monza. No experience for their lineup for that kill. Monza does lose about 400 gold, but I would say that's completely alright for what could have happened. He could have given away 1,000 gold to the other side. Maybe even slightly more considering his net worth right now. Has the butterfly built up, he should look for a BKB. You're playing into a clockwork, you're playing into a hoodwink and a necro, you're playing into so many heroes that have a lot of control. You need to be able to make sure that you can actually dish out that damage even if you're avoiding the right click damage coming in from the Nature's Prophet. But maybe he'll consider it. Hopefully he does. Right now he wants the blink dagger for that Eclipse play. And also, I mean, it's a repositioning, right? That the blink and eventual swift blink will allow you to do. Solar Guardian inside of the triangle as they see Gohan. However, Gohan has the Necro beside him. Olive will be going down. And I do think the Pandawa Lima are forcing things a bit too much here. It's okay to get a pick off every now and then, and they should be doing that. Every team should do that. But you don't want to be constantly looking for these fights. And just, at some point, you have to slow the pace down. But most of these fights are happening on NEXA's territory. They're not allowing, because of these pick-off attempts, Pandawa Lima are able to hold on to their tier 1 towers. And what that is enabling their lineup. How that's enabling their lineup is allowing Monza to constantly just farm. He can farm up his triangle, his jungle, his safe jungle, and that top lane very easily because of these tier 1 towers that are still standing.
Radiant
Tormentor will be picked up by Jolibe though. Has a jetpack now coming in.
Behold my searing gaze. Quickly.
Radiant are scanning.
Ember Spirit, Searing Chains applied before Gohan can teleport away. Solar Guardian's also gonna come down. Gohan has no recourse other than to accept his demise. Pandawa Lima find a pretty big kill across the board. Especially since Monza is continuing to farm. Has the Blink Dagger up. Now I do wonder if he'll go for the Swift Blink or the BKB. Ideally it should just be the BKB. But Azure, he did go for the Mace Slayer, now has that Bloodstone. So with the amount of regen that he possesses, this should be pretty good for their side. And this would have been countered out by the Doom, had they actually picked the Doom over the Timbersaw. You know, there's the Solar Guardian heal that has provided a lot of sustain. And if they, even in positions where it hasn't allowed someone to survive, it still allowed them to survive a little while. In that small amount of time, you know, those extra 1 or 2 seconds, they add up in a team fight. Where you could be focusing someone else, you then have to focus a target that is being healed up because they're low. And they are the ones you go in on. Necro doesn't exactly know where the Rubik is. And so the Rubik will live to fight another day. It's not really another day, right? He has to fight right now. He has to fight this day. And then whenever his match is up next on schedule. For this tournament, he may be participating in some other ones. But to be fair, there's... Oh, I'll have to hold that thought. Him was in trouble, but so is Azor, who doesn't actually have too much mana, but 800 mana is still plenty. Oh, Ren catches the Ember Spirit. Observer Ward is right there, seeing the Ember Spirit's movement, but Azor doesn't really seem to care. He will go in on towards Rem, and will be able to take him out. Jolibe also fell. Mid lane, Jarim is going to be the casualty in response, but the question is, you need to now make your way out. It is going to be the Necro who has to be careful, attempting to teleport out, and uses the illusion rune to act as the bait. His main hero has exited, and pretty good disengage, but overall not a good fight. Because you lost 2 heroes, and all you really got was the Undying, who respawns immediately. But I suppose even having the Ceaseless Dirt on cooldown is okay.
Coin for me.
Mid lane, Dawnbreaker attempting to teleport away will be successful actually. Scythe was also wasted. However, Nexa really want to commit for this fight. Jaren will be the first casualty. He ain't coming back for about 40 seconds. Rubik will die again as well. Monza, their team really needs him to show up. He's coming in from that backline as Azur continues to hold on as he backs away. And now Monza, he comes in from that backline, blinks forward towards Ren, able to take him out. Nature's Prophet in trouble, will not be able to teleport. It is the Necrophos who will also be held back by that Lucent Beam and now has nowhere to go. Azur has the Remnant, will be able to move on forward to find that Searing Chain. In fact, may not... Where is the Searing Chain? Okay, never mind. Maybe there's no Searing Chain. Necrophos still will be able to live. Haim, in fact, will go back, misses his Chakram. And it should be the Luna that's backing away. Azur is also going to be safe, but I mean, we all saw the Searing Chains, or rather we all saw what that resulted in. That was awkward, and that should not have happened. That was a very easy Searing Chain combo to find. He had the Sleight of Fist, he had the Remnant, he just whiffed. And keep in mind, this is a Necro that is third in place of net worth, 18,000 net worth that you could have grabbed up for yourself. And whereas this fight went completely even, the kill on the Necro would have meant that Pandawa Lima would have gotten everything they wanted. A kill on the Nature's Prophet, a kill on the Necrophos. You don't really need more than that. They're hunting. Jolibay able to hookshot in. Haim is there as well as a bushwhack from Ren. Scythe to execute the Luna unstoppable streak, going the way of NEXA, and specifically going the way of this Necrophos. They'll be able to run down this tier 1 tower as well. The Nature's Prophet can show up whenever he wants to, but the question is, will they be able to find a return kill as the Ember Spirit jumps in? Solar Guardian is also going to come down, but Gohan has the BKB available, and they won't be able to catch him. In fact, they find a bushwhack, but Azur, he has... Oh, rather, Gohan! His BKB has worn out. This could be the potential opportunity to get that kill. Gohan is attempting to teleport out. Will be successful as Pandawa Lima disengage. In fact, it is a backline attempt coming in. They have been pincered. Jarim has gone down. A root on the Ember Spirit as well as a bushwhack. Azur, another remnant away, as he has a scepter that enables him to do that, but has no more remnants to play with. Haim, Chakram magic will well, it's just Chakram, but it takes him out regardless. Azur will fall. A dominating streak, and again Pandawa Lima, where they were consistently getting ahead in those fights, now it is a completely different scenario when the entire lineup of NEXA is up and running. You have the Necrophos, who has a Heart of Tarask now, as well as a Manta style. That's Nature's Prophet, has has the BKB, and there's no way to stop this Nature's Prophet farm any longer. Right? He is going to have 6 slots, whether you like it or not. And an enemy team Nature's Prophet with 6 slots, you never like that. Like, no one likes that, except for the team that has the Nature's Prophet. I'm sure that Haim, Rem, and everyone else is pretty happy with that. Roshan will go by uncontested as Gohan picks up the Aegis. Ren? Sharpshooter being used. Ren will actually fall. Okay, Monza? Eclipse, it's still going out. There will be a few beams. Solar Guardian also comes down, and they will be able to take Maggie out. However, response comes in as an Eye of Scotty pick purchased up by Gohan gets debuted. but they won't be able to catch anyone. But a great pickup, a really good kill on the Necrophos. Very deep as well, right? They had to play with a bit of risk. Risk may not pay off though, as Azor does get held back. He has an additional remnant, but not enough to make his way out. So a mid laner for a mid laner, suddenly that kill on the Necro doesn't look super good, but does give away way more gold than the kill on the Ember. Not by a huge margin, but still something. Monza has the BKB. And actually goes towards Gohan, who uses the Hurricane Pike to create a bit of distance between him and the Luna. Will be successful in doing so, but the damage coming in from this Luna, if this Luna is allowed to right click, he can take out anyone. I'm surprised that Haim is actually going in, but maybe they know what they're doing. Undying Save is going to be there by Jarim, as they still don't have their Necrophos. Gohan, he has the Hurricane Pike as well as the BKB and the Aegis, so maybe they're going to be able to get it done. Monza, nowhere to really go. Soul Whip is going to provide him with some amount of heal. Glimmer Cape as well. They tried everything and it wasn't enough. Jarim will fall. The dominoes will all come tumbling down as NEXA wins the fight without dropping a single hero. And keep in mind, that was a 5v4 fight. That was the 5 players from Pandawa Lima unable to contest against the 4 of NEXA. And the one hero that wasn't there from NEXA was a Necro. They didn't have 22,000 net worth in that team fight, and yet were still able to win it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower will also be collected,
Radiant's bottom tower.
as an 11,000 net worth lead exists for
Bounty.
the side of NEXA. Ember Spirit takes out Jollibee.
With me.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh. Ren? He goes back. Eye of Scotty coming in from Gohan. They haven't been able to take out the Hoodwink, but finally are able to do so. BKB has ran out for the Dawnbreaker, so his time is up. Sighted down as Gohan secures the kill. Haim, plenty of HP and survivability to play with. Monza trying to push back at both cores all by himself, but the jig is up as Jollibee comes flying in with a hook shot. And now that you've lost your Luna, there is no way you win this fight. Ember Spirit will just disengage entirely, as again, they only find one Hoodwink. Pandawa Lima are learning new definitions of the word struggle as they're trying to approach this team fight
Radiant's top tower
from multiple angles, multiple different ways, but they're unable to get anything done. And I do think that
Radiant's top tower.
it was always going to be a hard late game if you were able to make, if the other side was able to make the Nation's Prophet and the Necrophos work out, and they have, right? This is an impossible high ground to actually defend at this point, as Jarim goes down. Buybacks are not available for the Luna, so you can't defend your base for about 50 whole seconds.
Structures are fortified.
There's no tier 2, so you might actually lose 2 lanes of barracks, maybe even the whole 3 if
Radiant's middle
NEXA stick around. And why wouldn't they? Like, what's stopping them right now? But now Lima have no capacity to win some of these team fights, or any of these team fights any longer.
Radiant's top tower
that is without a satanic up for Gohan. He just simply doesn't even fall low enough for that to be a factor.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Necro is going to be brought back. They'll have to commit quite a lot to that, but I mean, the easy play for the Necro is just the BKB and teleport away. 2 lanes of barracks having been lost. The range barracks still survives, but that is a fatal blow to Pandawa Lima's lineup. Could just be something you can't recover from. Natural conclusion is going to be drawn out in this game eventually, but with all 3 cores at the very top from NEXA, it's unlikely to find that comeback. However, Gohan, he's gonna get lifted up. Eclipse comes down. Solar Guardian is gonna miss as Gohan activates his BKB, stands his ground, activates as Satanic, and the rest of his team show up. Team is there as the frontline buffer. Sight down for Azor. The Ember Spirit has fallen. The lineup has been compromised. And they need to find some way out. Luna will be intercepted by Jollibee. 1 exit point choked out. Monza will fall. Eventually, though, Jaren comes in with a tombstone save, but it is not going to be good enough. They may as well call it right now because this game is done and dusted. There is no coming back from this. Azor, he will attempt to defy the odds as he buys back
Tower is under attack.
and teleports back to his base. Mega creeps are guaranteed over here. There is no buyback available for 2 of your cores, and I mean, maybe they don't want to accept reality. The reality has to be forced upon them as Azor is going to fall here. Has no remnant to play with. Down for about 120 seconds. Olive also having bought back is quite frankly just a Rubik, so I don't think they're too concerned about Olive. He's just doing his thing. Him inside of the fountain, it seems like they're struggling to survive inside of their fountain. I mean, at this point, it's just a bit of fun being had by NEXA. An entire team wipe as a throne will be going down. Pandawa Lima lose game number 1. Pretty good showing by Pandawa Lima in the early game. I mean, they had quite a lot going for them. Monza, especially that mid lane fight when Monza came in, found the triple kill. I think that was pretty good. For the side of NEXA, of course, they came out with a pretty greedy draft. Especially with the, I would say the draft wasn't as greedy as their execution of the draft, right? Necrophos going for the Radiance build on that mid lane, but somehow were able to find the fight because they were able to find the team fights, able to break through openings in the team fights themselves, and the Solar Guardian was never really a strong factor. And keep in mind all of that while they held Gohan down. 5 deaths in the laning phase, nothing to really scoff at, but even then Gohan never really stopped farming. He just kept up his farm with the Luna, and eventually they hit critical mass. But that is still game number 1, guys. Pandawa Lima has shown us that they can start off really strong. Maybe next game they can finish strong as well and take this to a game number 3. We will be right back with Lunar Horse Trophy right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. work with over here. But let's see what Nexa are planning with their own mid lane hero and their own off lane hero. It is going to be a Tidehunter that comes out. Again, a hero that is pretty good against a Phantom Assassin. Now, sure, you do have the fan of knives, so you have that natural break mechanism coming in by the PA. So eventually, you should be able to deal with a Tidehunter, but not in the lane. I think in the lane, the Tidehunter is going to be doing pretty darn well. Ringmaster plus Tidehunter. I don't know how you survive that lane. I don't know how you can effectively free farm in that lane compared to the Drow Ranger who will be free farming. So it very much appears to be a draft in which Nexa are getting whatever they want. Pandawa Lima though, and well, Nexa too, they have to pick up their mid lane heroes. Perhaps that's where the difference will come in favor of Pandawa Lima as the Storm gets banned by Nexa. I assume the Puck should be banned up by Nexa as Pandawa Lima, it's a pretty good game for the Puck. The Bane Fiend's Grip is really the only thing that the Puck is going to struggle against. There's not really a whole lot of control apart from that, but you can just make the Aeon Disc and then the Fiend's Grip isn't going to be that big huge factor. However, I just realized the Puck is actually banned. So yeah, we won't we won't have that. Ignore everything I just said the past 10 seconds. Ember, Void Spirit, Earth Spirit 2 nowadays. Teams are playing that one once more. It seems like no one can really ignore the Earth Spirit for too long, as it always creeps back up. Queen of Pain is available. I would actually imagine that the Queen of Pain for Nexa is pretty fantastic. Once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, Phantom Assassin, Mars, Undying, 3 melee heroes, all who are going to struggle. Maybe Mars less so, but the Phantom Assassin really does not like the Queen of Pain's Shadow Strike. The movement speed slow that it gives you. You know, Phantom Assassin is a core, much like a lot of right-click based late game carries that don't like being controlled, don't like being slowed. And the Queen of Pain will just enable that. Pandawa Lima ban at the Pangolier, that could have been a pretty good pick into the Mars as well. But next, let's see what they're going to be going for. It is not going to be the Cop, it is the Ember Spirit that they will opt in for. This is a pick that Pandawa Lima had in game number 1. Next, I want to show Pandawa Lima how to actually play the Ember Spirit. Of course, I'm only kidding. The Ember Spirit is good in this scenario because you can just Remnant out of the Mars arena. There's limited control. Phantom Assassin can definitely take out the Ember, but not before suffering, or rather getting hit by a lot of damage. Not to mention Shearing Chains will prevent the blink away from the PA. So additional control, additional damage coming in by Nexa. There isn't really a game where you would opt into a Mage Slayer. There's not really too much magical damage that you have to be afraid of coming in by Pandawa. So just skip the Mage Slayer. Oh wow, Pandawa Lima, they're not taking any chances with this. They will go in for a Viper and attempt to shut down the Ember Spirit. Ringmaster also comes out. I mean, the new set comes out. It's my first time seeing a Ringmaster set, or not the first time, but since the Dark Carnival, I've seen it a few times. That is a pretty good set for the Phantom Assassin, especially the mask. That is insane. It's the Arcana as well as a set on top of the Arcana. So definitely, that's how you can separate a good Phantom Assassin player from a great Phantom Assassin player. So let's see what Monza will be able to do. Taking a look at both of these two draws, again, Viper versus Ember Spirit is not really too big of a conversation starter, right? Viper should destroy the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit, the only recourse available for the Ember Spirit in the laning phase is to not play the lane itself. Just skip the creeps. Go behind the tier 1, take away the creeps, and if you're able to do that, you win. I'd say you go even in the lane. Or less so than even, but that's the only thing that the Ember Spirit can actually do. And Pandawa Lima, clearly they want to play with the cheese, right? Viper, they want to make sure that they can destroy the Ember Spirit, prevent Maggie from doing what he wants, and then, you know, you have you have the Drow Ranger. If the Drow Ranger gets big, you'll be able to win the game. Tidehunter too. it is a mid-game oriented draft. It's a mid-game draft with some late-game damage for Pandawa Lima. And the only question is if they can actually get to that late game in a scenario where they have a significant enough lead, because the Viper isn't going to scale as well as the Ember or any of the other cores available from NEXA. Viper is a hero you pick up in dire scenarios where it's a bit of a underconfident pick, right? It's suggesting that you want to... Oh, Nexa's logo is also up. That is great. I don't have to put the logos in from my end. Because when I do it from my end, it's worse than when they have it in themselves.
I've been dreaming of this moment.
Leon has paused because the Viper is disconnected from the game. Azor has to reconnect. As the Viper has reconnected as well, so we should be resuming into it.
Fair exchange, fair exchange.
Oi, 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 Allah, oi!
I hear lots of laughter voice lines as the game, I mean, they should be resuming into it. There we go, the go call has been sounded out. As, see the Viper's tail. Why is the Viper's tail crooked? Oh, because of the venom. He needs to apply the venom, so he needs to sting it forward. Could also sting it from down below, I suppose, but no, doesn't like that. Five-man smoke of deceit comes up very early on, so that means they won't actually be able to take a fight or traverse the dire part of the map, but the Mars doesn't want to do that anyway. Leon is all the way over on that top lane, and unlikely we'll get that first blood going the way that we had in the previous game, because if I were Nexa, I wouldn't take a fight against a Viper at that level 1 mark. I'd just stick together, make sure that you can grab 2 bounty runes, and call it a day. Right, especially a Viper plus an Undying, right? You definitely don't want to fight into that at the level 1 mark, especially with, you know, you don't have too many spells. You have daggers from the Ringmaster, small Tidehunter, small-ish, I suppose. Needs his fish to be able to grow big into a big boy Tidehunter.
battle begins.
3 bounty runes being picked up by NEXA. A lot more than they would have actually should have gotten. I feel like Pandawa Lima could have taken 2 bounty runes very easily. They may have even been able to find 3 if they tried to push on the dire side, but they didn't. Olive as well as Leon will be able to take out the range creep. As mid lane, it seems like Jolibe is there rather than the Ember Spirit. Of course, Jolibe, I mean, Maggie wants to take the creep wave, and Jolibe will farm up the first creep wave. So they're going to be playing solo on that bot lane. I wonder if Haim can actually, or rather, no, they've left their Drow Ranger solo. The Bane will join as the Drow Ranger. How many lost? 2 lost hits overall being grabbed up for the Drow. Not that bad, considering he didn't have a support beside him. But this way, you still struggle, right? You lose one, like either the Drow Ranger struggles or the Ember struggles. You have to pick your struggle against a Viper. You really can't have it both ways. As creep waves are, I mean, Azor is just chasing after the Ember Spirit, and will actually find the deny. Azor is already level 2, while the Ember is not even level. I mean, not even halfway to that level 2 mark. Mid lane, there is a creep wave, as the Ember will lose 2 creep. So he's always going to be behind in terms of experience. You can already tell, right, what the Viper does to you, both mentally as well as physically in the game. It's just not great. Oh, gets the Sleight of Fist range creep down. Azor.
Careful what you claim.
Topside. Brain Sap is going to come in. Jolibe, or rather Leon, it was in trouble, but is able to make it out thanks to Olive's lift up. Telekinesis helping out his Mars. And Olive could also potentially be in trouble, but a spear coming in from Leon will keep him safe. Nightmare, though, has been applied by Jolibe. This could be the first blood here. Olive has nowhere to go, lifts up the Drow, and one more right click will be enough. Gohan will secure first blood on that Rubik, and this time around, it will be NEXA who will have that head start in this early game, as compared to Pandawa Lima, who had, I believe, 3 kills for the Dawnbreaker. He had the first blood, and then he found a skill on the Nature's Prophet almost immediately into the laning phase. This time around, it's not going to be so easy. The Tidehunter, surprisingly, doesn't have as much CS as I would have expected for him. Stifling Daggers are, well, a thing. But Monza is giving away a lot of wand charges to Haim and Ren. And I kind of feel like in the laning phase, the Stifling Daggers are worse. Oh, mid lane. Azor taking out Maggie on that mid side. Ember Spirit falls, and this will be a game where you will have a farmed up Viper, or rather you will have an active Viper against an inactive Ember Spirit. Towards that bottom lane though, Haim will go down as well as Ren. Well, he did find the kill on Jarim before he died. Unfortunately, it's just not good. Sure, you did find a kill, you'll be back to the lane. Could have actually popped his wand as well as his Fairy Fire. I'm very surprised he actually didn't do that. He could have taken the Tombstone down, found himself with like 200 extra gold, and possibly even survived. I am shocked at the fact that he didn't use his wand. I don't know if he didn't click it or decided against it, but I think that was a mistake. Maybe his assessment, of course, it could be different, and again, he is the better player, so I will assume that his decision was correct. Or his lack of decision was correct. Haim, once again, these decays are a bit troublesome for the Tidehunter. And now he has 21 charges. Oh no, Azor taking down the Ember Spirit once more on that mid side. This is a struggle. He has 5 CS. 5. You can count them on one hand. As Olivi falls towards that top side, so at the very least it's Gohan doing well for himself, if nothing else. But again, it's kills on that Rubik rather than the Mars. As Ren is here to babysit his Ember Spirit, but then the question becomes, if you're babysitting the Ember Spirit, are you then struggling on the Tidehunter? Right? I feel like whichever way you slice or dice it, it's not that good for Nexa. It is just damage control at the end of the day. And you're splitting experience as well with your mid laner. Sure, he wasn't getting too much experience anyway. He's level 3 compared to a Viper who's level 6. He's 3 levels behind. However, Azor, I feel like he walked in a bit too far forward and Azor will fall. One side of Fist will take out the Viper. And now it's different. Now the Ember Spirit hits his level 4. Viper's down for about 20 seconds. So Azor, rather, Maggie can continue to grab up that experience. A 2-man whiplash comes in by Ren to try and protect their Drow Ranger. It will not be possible though. Drow will fall. Ren will fall beside him. But Jollibee, he'll come in with a Brain Sap that takes out the Rubik. Dead for the 3rd time, as Jollibee will have the Tombstone denied as he tried to take it out. Jarim is in trouble, so is Leon. As even though Jollibee is low, he still has the Infused Raindrops as well as the Fairy Fire. You have Maggie coming in, signaling the Mars, but Mars, Leon, quick on his feet, is going to be able to dodge away the potential play. And what was supposed to be a 3-level discrepancy, Azor, because you got greedy for the illusion rune, or rather the invisibility rune, did not see the pain coming in. Means that this lane is less one-sided. It still is one-sided, but it's more like a 3D one-sided lane rather than a 2D one. You know, it's bad, but it's not terrible. Meanwhile, for the other lanes, I feel like it's the same thing across these lanes, right? Even with him, like, he has 1 kill and 1 death. Like, it's bad, it's not terrible. And the reason it's bad is because of the Phantom Assassin. He's 1-0-1. Going for that Battle Fury, it's not going to be the fastest of Battle Furies, as Azor again takes down Ren. Finds the Ringmaster. Ember Spirit's rune is... well, he might be able to secure it, but no. He'll be lifted back. Azor will be able to grab that rune. And Maggie will only have neutral creeps to farm up. Regeneration rune up for the Viper means that, especially with the bottle, means that he can make a play towards that top lane if he wants to take out that Drow Ranger. As Monza is there, Jollibee has the Nightmare, but Monza will have his Nightmare broken, but a Ravage gets sent out. 3-man and an Anchor Smash. In fact, Gohan will be able to secure the kill on Monza instead. Tombstone was also planted down. It will be taken out by Haim, but the Viper Azor is here. However, Anchor Smashes start to come in as well as Maggie, and now it's Azor in big trouble. He is likely to fall down over here with a dagger. Impalement Arts coming in by Ren. 3 heroes have gone down, make it 4 with Olivi also dying. PANDAWA, LIMA, all they really had to do was play it calm, but they lost their cool, and that's given away NEXA way too much. 1,400 gold going their way. Oh, now it's not even one-sided. It may just be one-sided in favor of NEXA. I'm exaggerating there, but it's but they'll still be able to find that kill. I'm not sure if the arena usage on the Bane is worth it, because he respawns in literally 20 seconds. And then you don't have the arena for... Oh. No, Azor. Yeah, that is big. That is a mega kill streak going the way of the Ember Spirit. And now you can see it instantly propels them to a 2000 net worth advantage. 20 to 17 for 16 minutes, true to the Southeast Asian spirit. This game is bound to have a lot of action. And I think that I genuinely think that NEXA are pretty far ahead in this. I mean, sure, I mean, you can tell 3000 net worth advantage now, but you have the Manta style. You can potentially dodge, rather dispel away that Fade Bolt negative damage reduction. Can't really dispel away anything else apart from the Viper poison attacks. Viper Strike is not dispellable, but Azor, he has that nosedive now coming in. Stifling Dagger as well as a blink in by Monza. Steering Chains gets applied. I'm not sure if Maggie wants to go in here. There's just so much against him. Nether Toxin is also upgraded from its Scepter. As Leon, he goes in an easy spear and a shield crash. Or rather a rebuke. To take out the Ember.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Olivi. There's arena that's come out, but Jollibee doesn't get caught with it. It's actually Olivi in big trouble. Tombstone is also going to be collected up, so that's a bit of gold going their way. NEXA, they still want to chase. Nosedive is going to miss, but a Viper Strike cannot miss. However, Searing Chains will be applied, and Gohan will just go to work. A Ravage to prevent the Viper's escape. In fact, they find everyone left behind. Pandawa, Lima will drop on their Mars. It's also going to be Jarim trying to run away, but may not be able to get very far as there's a Searing Chains applied on him as well. NEXA this time around are going to get a triple kill for Gohan and will not drop a single hero, despite of that being Pandawa Lima's initiation.
Fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold.
Bane. Oh, Jollibee will fall down. Ember Spirit. It's I mean, it's a 76% win probability for NEXA. They seem to be doing pretty well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bane will be sent back. Jollibee again going to fall down. I feel like I just said that 30 seconds ago. He is going to attempt to teleport away and will actually be successful despite of everyone standing there. Olivi did not have the lift. There was no spear. And that's really the only 2 stuns they have. I didn't even think about that. They literally only have 2 stuns.
Dire are scanning.
I wonder though if the Mars, he is going for it. He's going to create a Yule Scepter, add in a bit of control. It works both ways, right? It adds in a bit of control to their lineup that lacks that particular function. And you have a setup for the Spears combo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not to mention you have a Dispel for the silence, so it's actually a very good Yule's game.
Radiant are scanning.
But you can only do one of the three, right? Desolator also up for Monza, so despite the shaky 10 to 15 minutes he had where he just constantly got targeted again and again, repeatedly, he'll still have a very good timing on his Desolator at the very least. He was able to farm it up. But what I am afraid of is the fact that you are playing a Viper, right? And sooner or later the Viper is going to stop effectively scaling compared to the Ember Spirit, who did go for a Mage Slayer again. You do reduce the Viper's magical damage, considering he also has a Scepter that Nether Toxin deals quite a bit of damage. 4 seconds of, you know, the minimum max DPS that you can see, 4 times that is pretty good. Not to mention the attack speed and the movement speed slow as well, right? Against a Drow, could be pretty valuable. As NEXA look towards that Tormentor, should be able to have it and have a Butterfly available for their Drow Ranger. So it turns out that it's not the Drow that will need an MKB, it's actually the Phantom Assassin who will require one. NEXA, I'm not sure if they know or realize that Roshan is happening, but it feels like they do because they're heading in that exact same direction. Maggie will spot out Olivi as he jumps right in, realizes that there's not really too much disable available. The spear has missed. Telekinesis has also been used, so they literally don't have any single stun. Aegis will still be picked up by Monza though, but the Ravage gets sent out. Catches 4. Monza stuck inside of the pit will lose his Aegis. However, they still have plenty of ways to take this team fight. As a reverse, the Ravage gets sent out by Olivi. However, Azor survives by about 50 HP. Gohan, holding his position, will have the Phantom Assassin on top of him pretty soon as Leon goes in. However, Escape Act prevents Gohan's death for at least a second or two as he attempts to fight back. Does dish out plenty of damage, but it's not enough. Azor is back in the fight as 4 heroes for NEXA will fall. Haim, now the lost and only player remaining in this, has plenty of gushes to use. And you have the Viper Strike, so you have the break, and there's no getting out of that position. A full team wipe in favor of Pandawa Lima. Sure, they lose the Aegis, so they lost, you know, they did lose 1 life, but, and the Rubik. But the Viper got off to a lucky exit. You know, he survived by about 50 HP. Had he gone down, then you wouldn't have the break to take out the Tidehunter with. Had he gone down, that I feel like a dynamic of the team fight completely changes. Okay. Ember Spirit just takes out Leon solo. 700 gold going his way, and around 2,000, nearly 2,000 experience.
This should make my life easier.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm afraid you're just not very good.
There's going to be a pause by Azor. Internet cafe building. I appreciate their dedication to the game, to their craft. Hopefully the internet cafe gives them a discount, or actually lets them play for free. But considering they said billing, I don't think that's happening. Nightmares are being committed, but I don't think, it doesn't seem to appear that they want to take a fight. Monza has the BKB available, a full 9-second BKB, but the Fiend's Grip goes through it. And I wonder where the Aghanim Scepter is going to be coming in from, but Jolibé, he's not even, I mean, 25 minutes in, he just doesn't even have the first few components of it. Has the Aeon Disc, so he can go for the Aghanims now, but I feel like for NEXA, if you're these two supports, you would really want a Ghost Scepter against the PA. It's one of the best items that you can get.
Scanning.
As the Ember Spirit, ooh, Leon will blink towards the wrong direction. However, Ember Spirit is still going to be in danger. He'll Scepter up, the Spear will also find him, and he has no Remnant to play with. At the same time, Monza was able to get a kill on Jolibé as he attempts to chase after the Phantom Assassin as well as the Tide Hunter. Ravage can be expended to make sure that Gohan is able to make his way out, but Monza, oh no, they did not know where they were going until the Gush was sent out. I feel like, oh, they even find a Drow. However, you do have a Ringmaster there, so it's not the easiest kill. Escape Act will come in as alongside that Ravage, but still the Drow will be going down. Him again, the last remaining player. A few heroes have respawned, but in the end the Tide Hunter should actually fall here, broken with no recourse. Jolibé, who tried to help out his team, will actually fall for a sec. Oh, darn. The 1600 damage with that Stifling Dagger. I feel like if this Phantom Assassin builds up a little more damage, the Bane just dies with one Stifling Dagger crit. As another entire team wipe, more than just a team wipe, because the Bane died twice.
Is under attack.
They lost 1,000 gold,
Is under attack.
while the other side, PANDAWA Lima, gained about 3,000. I feel like they're in a very good position right now. This is their domain. The biggest power spike they'll get all game long, so they want to maximize what they get out of this. Build up to a 10 to 12,000 advantage by that 30-minute mark, or 33 to 34-minute mark, as they cast the Ember Spirit. One by one, again, it feels like the dominoes are starting to fall down, and NEXA are failing to play with the pressure. Bane is going to be skewered. Jolibé, he's stuck inside of the arena, probably not going to be able to make his way out of that, as he does fall. Ren will be whiplashed and will go down.
Are you okay?
Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's
I'll take
bottom
that.
tower is under attack.
Olivi will die to the illusions as Gohan finds a solo kill, but I mean, I don't know if that's worth it just to die afterwards, right? It's finding a kill on the Radiant part of the map, and the response is always going to come in because you have this Viper with the Boots of Travel. BKB now also up a full 9-second BKB, and against these BKBs you really can't do anything. Only the Drow Ranger can apply a bit of damage, who has the BKB himself at the back of that Rubik kill. They find the Fiend's Grip on the Mars, but the Viper does come in, nosedives onto where Jolibé, but the Wheel of Wonder does not actually catch that Mars. Searing Chains are still going to be there, but the Mars is sticking around. He may actually just live with Sharon throwing down the Tombstone. NEXA unable to even take a Mars out. Despite of having the jump on and despite of having plenty of time, they just simply do not possess the amount of damage. And the question is, if you can't take a Mars out when he doesn't have a BKB, you don't have a chance in hell of tickling him when he does. He can just pop the BKB and then he can just turn it around on you instead. 9,000 of a lead now, win conditions being perfectly achieved by PANDAWA Lima. They'll have a 10,000 advantage by that 31 to 32 minute mark, and I feel like that's a good enough buffer. The only thing you really need to do right now is secure the next Roshan and then eventually go for the high ground in a collected way, because against a Drow Ranger it is always going to be hard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
I don't. Do they not see the ringmaster here? The Mars was right there,
Dire's bottom tower.
but I don't think the ringmaster's positioning changes anything in this dynamic, because he's more like a scarecrow right now. Plants down an observer ward right as the sentry was there, and it's daytime. I feel like they just saw the sentry being planted down. They realized that someone must have planted it. Maybe they just don't care.
Are fortified.
As they head for the high ground, attempting to turn this into a game number 3, and by the looks of it, that should be happening. By the looks of it, PANDAWA LIMA have a very strong team fight on their hands that NEXA simply can't defend against right now, so they will choose to let an entire lane of barracks go by. Drow Ranger defense
Barracks has fallen.
is not really there. Gohan? Viper Strike planted down. Mars comes in, but the escape act is there as well. A Ravage on that backline doesn't really catch anyone because the BKBs are up, and Gohan has fallen. Being to go down as well as the Ember Spirit, there is nothing more to offer in this team fight. He's gonna be lucky if he can even get a right click off, but he can't even do that. It is going to be the Tidehunter. Slowed down by the Stifling Dagger, blinked upon by Monza, who is now on a godlike streak. I mean, they tried to defend. It's just the Ravage didn't hit anyone.
I almost feel bad. That should help.
Ember. Okay, that's a team wipe. That is all 5 heroes dead. And with the Phantom Assassin having full HP and mana, you now go for for an additional lane of barracks. Sure, there's a glyph available, but I feel like you can force out the glyph and then go back for Roshan and take Roshan down before the Ember Spirit respawns. But let's be honest, even if the Ember Spirit is back up, you don't have a Fiend's Grip, you don't have a Ravage, so how are you going to contest the objective when you can't even contest anyone from PANDAWA LIMA when you have your ultimates up? Like, not a single hero. Everyone just survives. Look at how little damage everyone deals. Like 8,000 damage. They find the Drow once again and they jump right on top. Escape Act is going to be there. Ren, maybe he can protect his Drow Ranger as the BKB is online. Gohan trying to make his way back into the fountain will not be successful. He will get daggered to the back as PANDAWA LIMA seek to overrun NEXA, but NEXA will buy back on everyone they can. Tidehunter has fallen with a few critical strikes coming up. I am afraid that this is one of their last and final stands against PANDAWA LIMA, and it's just not happening. However, Fiend's Grip instantly cancelled out though. Gush comes in, escape act stolen by Olivie will keep the Phantom Assassin safe as he gets lifted up back into safety, but he's not really safe in that position. Lifesteal is still coming in, has that Abyssal Blade. Satanic activated, and he'll just heal back up. Time throws out his Ravage, trying to take out the Mars, but it's not successful. They were so close, and yet it is now so far away. Monza blinks on that Ringmaster. Ren, nowhere to really go except huddle inside of those trees, backed into a corner. Will be taken out. No buybacks available. Tidehunter running the opposite way, doesn't really know what to do. If you're the style hunter, I'm not sure if I would even have the ability to think. He's gonna go for the creeps. Might as well.
Top barracks are
Skip the creep wave. The only problem is there's two creep waves. There's two super creep waves inside of your base.
Dire's
Mega creeps are guaranteed at this point,
Dire's
as
top
NEXA,
barracks are under
again, like PANDAWA LIMA, are not going to be tapping out until the very end, until someone starts singing.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have mega creeps.
Olive, lift it back.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's courier has been killed.
Clearing chains applied. Wheel of Wonder sent out, but Monza, he won't fall prey to it. However, there's nothing you can do against the Fiend's Grip. Can they take out Monza? They can. Godlike streak going the way of Gohan.
Speak with rangers.
Mine.
Drow Ranger. I don't know if you can do it against Mega Creeps, but I mean, you can hold off the game for some time, I suppose. Phantom Assassin has about 15 seconds to respawn, so maybe you can even find Roshan here.
Tower is under attack.
It does fall pretty quickly with the amount of damage that the Drow Ranger actually has. Has gone for the MKB rather than the Glacier, which is surprising, but I suppose it works effectively, right? Always. Aegis now in the hands of the Drow. Again, it's also surprising he doesn't have a Hurricane Pike. Azor in of a bit of a bind. The Phantom Assassin is here, but there is that Spear Arena combo. Fiend's Grip has been used on the Drow Ranger, but the Escape Act was used on the Ember Spirit. Gohan activates his BKB, and the Rabbits get sent down by Heim. Azor is dead, but so is the Drow. He has that agent, so he'll be coming back up in about a few seconds, but has no BKB to play with. A 3-man gust comes out as Monza. He's now alone alongside the Mars, but the fight is divided. The Mars has ran away. Monza has no BKB available. Steering chains applied, and the Drow Ranger damage will be simply too much for this Phantom Assassin, who has gone down. Amplify damage rune up for the Drow Ranger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you can end this game in one fell push, that will be massively impressive, especially against Mega Crease. Amplified damage could certainly go a long way, but at the end of the day, at least one lane of Super Crease will also be pretty good. They have their entire lineup. They also have the Tidehunter coming in, but it seems like they will back away, play it safe. I'm not saying this could be anyone's game, but quite frankly, this could be anyone's game. It's more Pandawa's game to lose more than anything else, because they have the ultimate advantage, right? They have the Mega Creeps. Their lanes will always push against, crash into NEXA's high ground unless someone is there to de-push or counter-push. But there's the big bad item coming up for the Tidehunter. It is that refresher.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Ember Spirit. Trying to chase after Leon. He does find him, but there's no Blink Dagger on Jollibee. He does have that Aghanim Scepter, so it's going to be very difficult to play against the Fiend's Grip right now. They are actually doing a fantastic job at pushing against Pandawa Lima, who are showing some signs of being afraid. Now, is their fear justified? Perhaps. Ember Spirit goes in. Initial Spear. Everyone follows suit. But it is now more difficult to take out the Ember Spirit since he has so much survivability. It's actually Monza who is the casualty. And now you have to be careful. Pandawa Lima, they still want to initiate, but it's bad. Haim is going to come in with a Ravage, waiting for the second one. Will drop it down. Pandawa Lima will lose this fight. And they won't know what hit them twice. Leon somehow survives as the Ember Spirit buys back into this. They need to find their second lane of barracks, but they also need to clear their base. Tidehunter has teleported back. No boots of travel available for the Tide, but I feel like he doesn't have a Ravage to use, so...
Radiant's
They're going in.
is under
And they're going in not for Mega Creeps because that is not the way. They want to end this game and put Pandawa Lima out of their misery. No buyback available for the Phantom Assassin, but he will have it in a few seconds as soon as he gets about 10 gold. The question is, how do you fight?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You need to commit your buyback on the Viper as well. Monza will buy back first as Gohan attempts to back away, but the Ember Spirit got spared. He has no buyback available. It's Leon who will have that Tombstone save coming in as Monza jumps right in the midst of the Drow Ranger, has the BKB up. The Ember Spirit will be able to disengage but has no more remnants to use. Needs to be very careful if Leon comes back in. He could have his life forfeited. Seems like everyone will go back. Throne is almost vulnerable, almost exposed. Just one more hit to the tier 4 will do the trick. And Monza and Azor both bought back. So if NEXA are able to take out this Phantom Assassin, are able to take out this Viper, the game is pretty much over. You do need a buyback though. You need to make sure that you have the buybacks on NEXA's side to be able to actually find those kills and find the push against Pandawa Lima. In the end, you need to secure buyback so you can convert this into a 10v5 team fight. As quite frankly, this is the few cases of a game in this scenario with Mega Creeps and a Throne exposed on the other side where no one in the entire game has a buyback available. Escape Act comes in. It is Haim in trouble. He throws out his first Ravage. Monza immediately gets taken out, exposed, isolated compared to the rest of his team. It's also the Rubik who is in trouble. Leon goes in with a two-man spear, has an arena in his pocket, but cannot actually help his team. Jaren will fall, and by the time Leon uses his arena, it's too late. He's trying to teleport away. It will be successful as Azor chases after a Bane. But Haim is there to make sure the Bane stays alive, has a Nightmare available for some added protection. In fact, he doesn't care. He will still charge in, stick to his position as the Viper will eventually fall as well. Two heroes down for about 120 seconds. Phantom Assassin for 80, Viper for about 120. And the rest of their team doesn't have a buyback. What do you do? How do you hold this game with NEXA going to charge in to your base? No refresher for the Mars means that he won't even have an arena to buy some time. They'll go in. Throne exposed. Nothing to offer. Nothing to do as it's just Leon plus his two supports. Throne is at about a half HP and it's looking desperate right now. Jaren goes in but immediately stopped back by the Jester. Wheel of Wonder gets sent out and this Mars is sent up into the air. A Ravage on that backline will catch them both and they will take out the Rubik. As Monza disconnects from the game before the GG is even called, it is quite frankly it is pretty much done and dusted. As there we go, Leon, he calls GG. It will be it will be the side of NEXA who will, in an impossible scenario, call GG and win the game with a comeback against Mega Creeps. It looked completely over. I was ready to change the graphics for game number 3, but then NEXA came up with this a very impressive comeback. Their first group stage win, and of course it was also Direborn who got their first group stage win. For the teams that didn't get their win, they will have plenty of chances to grab up some wins to make it into the playoffs. Of course, guys, just someone was wondering about the schedule. I will make it very clear for you. There will be 2 series. Of course, the schedule can change a bit depending on the team's availability, but the schedule that is planned, as far as I know, is we will have 2 series every single day over at Lunar Horse Trophy on this channel. The first series will take place at 1 p.m. that is 1300 Singaporean time. The second series will take place 3 hours after that at around 1400 or 2 p.m. Sorry, no. That's 4 p.m. Singaporean time. So make sure to tune in for all the Southeast Asian Dota action at Lunar Horse Trophy. We have plenty of teams. We have really good teams lined up for you. This is your host, Daltrus. You can leave Cringe Station a follow on their Twitter, on their Twitch channel. You can leave me a follow on my Twitch or my Twitter. I do stream sometimes. But most of all, make sure to stay tuned in for some fantastic Pro Dota over at Cringe Station. I will be seeing all of you tomorrow.